government subsidies are over after this year on the
on ethanol.
Yes, so that's going to change dramatically. What's going to happen out there.
All right, so let's say if you've got some questions about your car and if it's got a problem or you're looking for a new car, what you need to do. And Bill, I still have that light on. I ask you every time that light on my tires. I mean, I don't have any problems with my tires, but I have a tire light problem.
I promise you, next week I will send somebody out. We'll change the air to nitrogen, and you'll be all set.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, it's not a. I mean, I've
Just
had worse.
put your business card on the dash. Put your business card on your dash so you don't have to look at the idiot light.
There you go.
Problem solved. Come on.
No, I've had worse problems, obviously, having owned a car for all these years. But I mean, it's just
the new cars are like
exasperating.
That, I see it with so many different people. With the tire pressure monitor, it's just a kind of a pain in the butt type of thing that's on there.
All right, if you got some questions about your car, give us a call. Diane, you're next with Howie Carr and Bill Papa George from the Car Guys. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling. I got just bought a used Nissan Xterra, 2006. Driving home from the dealership, had all kind of problem with it. It started bucking and took it back, and I got on the internet and looked, and I saw that there's a known defect in this car. What happens is apparently the radiator fluid is leaking into the transmission, and it ruins the transmission.
The radiator fluid is leaking into the transmission. Sounds like those old cars I used to own in the 70s.
Yeah, right.
Nissan
But
Xterra.
they know this, and if you look on the internet, it's all over the place. I just wanted to know what you think my dealer should do about it. He flushed the transmission out, said there's nothing going into it, that it's not a problem, but that the problem was because it was just old, like nobody cleaned it out before.
How old is it?
It's a 2006. It has about 90,000 miles on it.
So the mileage isn't bad. And they're saying that the antifreeze was in the transmission, or the transmission fluid went into the antifreeze. Which one?
No, that didn't happen yet. They're saying that that's a known problem that could happen. It's all over the internet that it will. They're saying no, that wasn't it. It's just it needed to be flushed out. So.
Well, that sounds.
I just want to make sure it's reliable.
That sounds like the right answer. I mean, the only thing is if you have old hoses or you have an old radiator, you might think about possibly changing one of those or all of them at some point, because it is 11 years old.
Is she making a mistake buying a car that? I mean, it's too late for her now, but I mean, is she making are you making a mistake buying a car that old? I mean, how old? Where's the safety level? What year?
I think when you start to get 10
or
years
is it
or
miles? Or is it miles?
Well, the average person keeps a car 11.6 years. So is that when they're starting to break, I guess, and then they're having problems and they're saying, you know what, I don't want to spend any more money on my old car, so I should probably replace it with something else.
You got me my car, and I think it had like 75,000 miles on it, but it hasn't had any problems. Well, but it just depends on the car, though, right?
Right, it does, yeah. You got to get one that's been serviced properly.
Yeah.
That's important.
Do you think I'm better to be safe to replace the radiator? I mean, just to avoid that problem, like right off the bat?
Well, let me ask you this. Has anybody really looked at the radiator to see if the fins are, have any type of rust or corrosion or whatnot on the outside? Because typically it starts on the outside and, you can't see what's going on the inside, unfortunately. It's just one of those things. But if you can see some telltale signs, it might not be a bad idea to catch it before it catches you. That type of thing.
It's at the dealership, so I'm going to kind of ask them again to just double-check and
now, do you have,
sure be safe.
A quick question. Do you have it at a new car store, or is it just a repair shop? Independent.
It's at the repair shop that's with the dealership.
I got you. Okay. I'm surprised they didn't try to change that stuff on you anyways. But
Good luck, Diane. So listen, if people want to get a car from you, what's the number to call?
800-300-4600.
800-300-4600. And you take orders from people, what they want.
Absolutely. Yeah, sure. You give me a list of criteria and, off we go. We'll get you what you want.
So last night... Okay.
And we should fully look into it and then complete an investigation.
Howie, the guy was awesome.
The what?
That ice guy.
Which ice
Were
guy?
you watching him?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I'm gonna put him on the site so you can, if you want to say that, you can. He basically was just like, just laid down the law on illegal immigrants. And some reporter was like, what about reports that you're going after people who aren't committing crimes? He was like, it's ridiculous. It's like, come on.
I like this shit. They get to choose what a crime is, you know? Who gave them? They're not even fucking Americans.
He
and they
said
get to choose.
sanctuary. He said sanctuary cities are a criminal's best friend.
Wow, that's great.
He was really good. I'm gonna put him on the site. His full opening remarks. And also, I read the Johnny Depp thing.
Yeah.
You were right. You were right.
I mean, it's amazing. I'm not trying to get you.
I might bring it in if Jared wants me to do another thing today. I might have to have that as topic. He's like Michael Jackson, spending wise.
No, I said he makes Michael Jackson look like a piker.
70 collectible guitars. I don't think he even plays. I just like all the like snotty remarks
How
they
about
make
the
in the
$5
article.
million?
Like his typical like he's rolling his own cigars while his hat tapers in the wind. Like they make him sound like such a loser. And I like how he tried to sue his.
Oh, you got to read this one if you do something. Oh, did you? No one's even talked about this one. I'm the only one who reads the Herald. That's the problem.
Oh, is this police blotted out?
Read the story. You were talking about a gross story.
Wait, but before I read this, I like how he tried to sue his accountants. He's like totally shocked.
Right.
His accountants come back and are like, we told you that he's a spending monster. So good.
Uh-oh.
What?
Check.
Where's my damn thing? I gotta get
The tease?
No, I gotta get the thing from the Wall Street Journal. Gotta get the thing from the Wall Street Journal. I know what it is.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com.
We've waited 7.5 long years to see the so-called Affordable Care Act repealed. We gave Republicans the House. We gave them the Senate. We gave them President Donald Trump just last year. And now, 6 months into the Trump era, the Republican Party stands on the brink of what? Oblivion? Will they keep their promise? This is the Howie Carr Show.
Undisclosed location.
One of the most famous men in New England.
Conservative radio host Howie Carr.
The legendary Howie.
Who do you love?
We love Howie Carr.
Howie Carr.
Howie Carr. We love you, Howie.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
I'm telling you, this is really exasperating. I mean, I don't expect much. I expect dysfunction. I expect the swamp. But this is pathetic under all circumstances. I'm watching Lisa Murkowski walk down the halls of Congress. At least she's being chased like she's somebody leaving federal court after pleading not guilty to bank fraud, mail fraud, and wire fraud. So Lisa Murkowski is one of the 6 Republican senators who voted as recently as late 2015 to repeal Obamacare. And yesterday they had a chance to vote on the same bill that they voted for less than 2 years ago, knowing that Barack Obama would veto it, and she voted no. She voted no. She wasn't the only one.
I actually did vote for the $87 billion before I voted against it.
That was Lisa Murkowski before she transitioned. She used to be named John Kerry. She wasn't the only one, though. I mentioned these names yesterday in the middle of the show when the vote came down. Shelley Moore Capito from West Virginia. Dean Heller from Nevada. He's up for re-election next year, and he's concerned about his chances. John McCain. They're calling him Mr. Republican now. I know he's sick and all that, but Robert Taft was Mr. Republican. Wouldn't it be more accurate to call John Rhino Mr. Rhino? Rob Portman. I'm not even sure he rises to the level of Mr. Rhino. He's Kasich light. Lamar Alexander. Oh my God, Lamar Alexander. Many people didn't even know he was still alive. Remember when he was wearing the plaid jacket in 1996? We were up in New Hampshire covering the presidential primary that year. Believe it or not, pardon. If you're chuckling now, he did run for president. Believe it or not, many people have forgotten that. It was easy to forget. He only ran, in New Hampshire, I think, and he had all these. He wore a plaid coat. That was his trademark. A plaid coat, and all of his signs were plaid. And the day after the New Hampshire primary, all over the state of New Hampshire in the melting snow, were these plaid signs. They probably still some up there. I'm sure they haven't decomposed yet. And Lisa Murkowski from Alaska. Senators continue to vote on new health care plans. So far, none has passed. This is really pitiful. So I'm asking you, what should be done here? What should the president, what should the voters, i.e. you and me, do about this?
If they're going to sell us out after 7.5 years of running winning campaigns based on repealing Obamacare, can we even believe that they want to cut our taxes or trim regulations? Like, this was pretty central to the modern Republican Party.
I don't believe they want to do anything. I'm just going to read. The Wall Street Journal went back today and got some quotes from Lisa Murkowski about the Affordable Care Act. And again, remember, she voted not to repeal the Affordable Care Act. This is what she said in 2015. This law is not affordable for anyone in Alaska. That is why I will support the bill that repeals the ACA and wipes out its harmful impacts. But that was then. Yesterday, she voted to keep it going. Voted to keep it going. In 2013, she's co-sponsored the If You Like Your Plan, You Can Keep It In September of 2014, she penned an opinion editorial on the harmful impacts of the Affordable Care Act on Alaskans. And then she filed all these bills to, ameliorate the most harmful aspects of the so-called Affordable Care Act. June 2015, she pens an opinion editorial on how the Affordable Care Act has become one of the most ironically named pieces of legislation for Alaska in history. Here's what I would do. What would you do? What would you do? And how PO'd are you at the Republicans? I'm PO'd at the Democrats too. I mean, Chuck Schumer said they're not going to do anything. I mean, he just basically said we're just going to, we're washing our hands. How Pontius Pilate-like of him. Do we have some Murkowski audio? Is this her being chased down the hall, or is this?
He's calling you out by name, says your vote was bad for the country. Are you concerned at all about political retaliation here?
My vote yesterday was from my heart for the people that I represent. And I'm going to continue working hard for Alaskans and just focus on that.
We've always been at war with Oceania. That's from 1984. Oh, man. You know what? There's another great editorial from last week, or an op-ed piece in the Wall Street Journal about what needs to be done with these people. You do know, of course, and sometimes we forget this in the rush of events, that Congress is exempted from Obamacare. It is such a great healthcare system for the American people that Congress took pains to exempt themselves and their staffs from the actual provisions. I don't know what the problem was. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. If you like your health care plan, you can keep your health care plan. It's going to save you $2,500 a year. If President Trump, this is by Heather Higgins, 5 days ago. If President Trump is serious about repealing Obamacare, about delivering a better policy with more choice and lower costs, there's a simple move he could make that wouldn't require congressional approval. It would align the interests of lawmakers and their staffers with the interests of voters. Congress is essentially unaffected by the high costs of the Obamacare exchanges because of a special exemption crafted under the Obama administration. A special exemption. Or as Mo Green would put it, come on, Mo Green, what's the eternal question? Do you know who I am?
Do you know who I am?
That's another way of saying special exemption. The Affordable Care Act required members of Congress and their employees to participate in the health insurance exchanges it established. They should have lost the generous coverage they had in the federal employees' health benefit program and instead bought one of the government-mandated options offered on the ACA exchanges. And you know what a boon those are for your health. In late 2012, staffers and members figured out what was about to happen and begged the Obama administration for relief. The OPM, Office of Personnel Management, ratified the fiction that the House and Senate each have fewer than 50 employees and thus qualify as small businesses. That enabled OPM to establish a system of special subsidies and exemptions, sparing Congress the embarrassment of a self-serving vote. Not only did they twist the law or the regulations into a pretzel, then they arranged it so Congress didn't even have to ratify the perversion of the will of the law, the disastrous law they had imposed on us. Many staffers are exempted and allowed to remain on their old insurance plan. Members of Congress and their designated official office staff are insured through the District of Columbia's Small Business Exchange. But, this is the key, they receive a one-of-a-kind subsidy from their employer, that's us, the taxpayers, of up to $12,000 or 70% of their premiums. Hey, would you like a $12,000 subsidy for your insurance? And a lot of these people, the congressmen, are making like $170,000, and a lot of their aides are making $160,000, $170,000, like the Awan brothers. They're making that kind of money, and they're getting a $12,000 subsidy, which we're not getting. None of us are getting that, are we? That would be illegal for anyone else, says the Wall Street Journal. In fact, it's illegal for Congress, too, but since it was established administratively, it can be ended the same way. The president should announce he is instructing Office of Personnel Management to end the exemption and subsidies for Congress. That is smart politics. One poll found 94% of voters opposed the special deal for Congress. You know what they always say? They need to have some skin in the game. I hate that. I hate that phrase, skin in the game. Well, guess what? Congress doesn't have any skin in the game. They're not groaning under the high deductions, under the high copays. They're not paying a ridiculously high amount of money in premiums every month, and the deductibles are so high they can't even afford to use them. What should be done? How PO'd are you about what's going on here? That they can't get their bleep together and come up with a plan. 844-500-4242. 844-500-4242. Give us a call. What do you think should be done, and how PO'd are you? What has Obamacare done to you? I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show.
It's the middle of the night. You're tossing and turning, not sleeping, drenched, covered in sweat. You could run the AC or a fan all night to try to keep cool, but who can afford that? Get rid of your heat-trapping mattress and sleep as cool as the other side of the pillow, like I do on my Casper mattress. Casper's 2 high-tech foams guarantee you have a great night's sleep. Sleeping cool, comfortable, and fully supported every night. It ships for free in a box so small you won't believe it holds a mattress. That makes it easy to get from your front door to your bedroom. Casper does that so you can try it risk-free for 100 nights in your own home. If you don't love your Casper, they'll come pick it up and refund you everything, no questions asked. Sleeping on a mattress is the best way to try it, much better than lying on one in a crowded store for just a few minutes. From its breakthrough design and superior quality to its packaging and 100-night in-home trial, it's no wonder Casper was named one of Fast Company's 50 most innovative brands of 2017. Sleep cool and comfortable every night like I do. Get a Casper. Try yours for 100 nights with free shipping and returns. Go to Casper.com and use code Howie for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. That's Casper.com, code Howie, and get $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Casper.com. Terms and conditions apply.
The American healthcare system is in ruins.
The price of Obamacare plans, the average premiums are expected to rise by 25% next year.
The Art of American Healthcare by Dr. Peter Warner exposes the ugly truths behind how the healthcare system is being destroyed and reveals that Obamacare is only part of the problem. The Art of American Healthcare will teach you how to navigate and disrupt the system so that you, the patient, can finally get the healthcare you deserve. The Art of American Healthcare by Dr. Peter Warner. Available on Amazon.com and at fine bookstores everywhere.
This is the Real Deal Report with Jeff Deal, who led the successful grassroots effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes.
I'm Jeff Deal, candidate for United States Senate. Illegal immigration is not only a public safety problem, but it's also costly for hardworking taxpayers. The Commonwealth spends an estimated $1.8 billion per year on taxpayer-funded benefits. Allowing sanctuary cities and failing to secure our borders will add to that burden. Senator Elizabeth Warren doesn't side with us. She doesn't deserve another 6 years. It's time for a new senator who will secure our borders, support the wall, and stand up for the taxpayers.
Help Jeff Deal defeat Elizabeth Warren. Go to dealforsenate.com. Paid for and authorized by Deal for U.S. Senate.
Ever since we announced our contest where we're giving away 10 fishing trips with Captain Dave Marciano aboard the Fishing Vessel Hard merchandise, just for following us on Facebook, we here at Matthews Brothers have been hearing from people from all over the country. A large number of them have asked if they can stop by and take a tour of our factory, but want to know if we have electricity yet. Some are strangely curious about the availability of indoor plumbing, while others have asked if it's possible to drive here from the United States. Well, rest easy, Pilgrim. We'd be tickled pink to welcome you here and show you around the factory, especially since we no longer have to rely on coal gas lanterns and steam engines. After the tour, please visit our modern bathrooms, the majority of which now feature flush toilets. Best of all, since we're technically in the United States, you won't even need a passport. Boom! So this summer, while you're driving along with the kids in the back asking, are we there yet? Why not put them to work looking for Matthews Brothers trucks, Matthews Brothers dealers, and the big old Matthews Brothers bug proudly displayed on every window we ship. You can learn all the details, but only at Better Lumber Yards and Window Professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
This is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrShow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numanna, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numanna are known for high-quality, great-tasting GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
He might not know how to copy and paste, but he's figured out how to tweet. Follow Howie on Twitter at Howie Carr Show. Now, back to Howie Carr.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Liquor and More, now with 6 locations in Plymouth, Bourne, Dennis, Wellfleet, Yarmouth, and Orleans. Liquor and More, a proud supporter of life's memorable moments. Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep as cool as the other side of the pillow every night. Try yours for 100 nights risk-free. Go to Casper.com and use code Howie for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Is Reince Priebus a leaker?
I don't think he leaked the Mooch's financial disclosure
Well,
form.
no, of course. There's not even a question about that.
Well, apparently the Mooch thought he leaked it this morning. Although it turns out it was on a public website. It's a public document. But yeah, I think he probably has been leaking. Sure. Yes.
75% say yes.
All right. And, the Mooch, we've got some quotes, some sound cuts we'll play. He had a long exchange on CNN's morning program with Chris Cuomo today, talking about, it was kind of weird, kind of the stuff he said, but we'll get to that. People want to get a copy of the op-ed piece I just read from the Wall Street Journal. It's behind a paywall, but we're going to tweet out a link to it. Force Congress's hand on health care. Maybe you can somehow get around it. It's by Heather Higgins, and it was from July 23rd. And you know what? This notable and quotable, where they have all the Murkowski quotes about how she wanted to repeal it, and then yesterday she had a chance to repeal it, and she voted no. I'll bet they could do that for the other 5 senators too. I'd love to see the Wall Street Journal do it tomorrow for Portman, and then for Heller, and then for McCain, and then for Capito, et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, we're asking how frustrated are you? Somebody says he says Congress should be cut down to 28 hours a week, like I was. Hey, you know what? That's That's one of those things. You know, if that was one of the things in Obamacare, if you worked less than 29 hours a week, I think it was, you didn't have to be added to the Obamacare health care plan. So a lot of people got cut down to 28 hours.
Not like these guys are getting paid hourly, though.
Yeah. But I mean, I lost one of my tenants at my place in Framingham because she worked at Target, I think it was, and they cut her down to 28 hours a week, and she couldn't afford the apartment anymore. She couldn't afford anything. She moved back home. I mean, this thing has been a disaster on so many levels. Debbie, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Debbie.
How you doing? First of all, the original bill is like 7 feet high.
Right.
And like giving candy, and giving candy to a kid, you can't take that away now that it's been implemented. I really think that they should keep Obamacare going and get somebody like Romney to help them make an entirely separate bill. In Massachusetts...
but Romney Care doesn't work either, Debbie.
It did originally until Obamacare came in and it got changed. But what Romney did originally was he realized people were losing their jobs and you couldn't buy individual insurance, so he made Massachusetts the group, and you could go on and buy group insurance on the free market, and Massachusetts was the group. And I'm telling you, I had friends who got on it, and you could shop based on your income, based on your needs. But this is like ridiculous. My insurance, I'm not even on Obamacare. I'm on Blue Cross through my work. It went up $800 a month. That's $400 for me because my boss pays half. I now work 3 jobs. I have no life, and I'm paying for either a legal or somebody who doesn't want to go to work, just so they can be on Obamacare. This is ridiculous.
And Medicaid in the state of Massachusetts, and we're just a typical state. State of Massachusetts, 42% of the budget now is Medicaid or Mass Health. Same
because
thing.
That's what Obama did. He put everybody on Medicaid instead of having these people go out and get.
Right, and this thing we said, we're going to expand the Medicaid program, and we'll pick up the tab for the first, 2, 3, 5 years. But that's like saying a heroin dealer saying, I got this stuff makes you really feel good, and I'll give you 2 weeks for free. I mean, why? Right. Who in their right mind would take a deal like that? Then you're hooked, and you have to do whatever you can to keep getting a shot every day or every hour. I mean, that's what they got these governors, these idiots like Kasich in Ohio, hooked on the federal Medicaid, the federal handouts, and now the handouts are going away, and he's got all these people screaming, "You're going to take me off Medicaid! You're going to take me off Medicaid!" They invaded the Senate gallery yesterday and were screaming and yelling, "Oh, don't take my freebies away! Don't take my free stuff away!" This is just a nightmare the way it's unfolded here, and Obama's laughing. This is what he wanted. This is the fundamental transformation of America. For worse. I'm Howie Carr. Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck, when you get charged with committing a fake hate crime? Will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC, and we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well, now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at naturesyouth.com. Naturesyouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top-quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to naturesyouth.com. That's naturesyouth.com. naturesyouth.com.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarShow.com. Click store. HowieCarShow.com. Click store.
Send Howie a text to 680-680. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Okay, it's that time of the week. Everybody hang on. We'll be right back to the calls. But first, we have our weekly feature, the Cheap Bastard Deal.
It's Howie Carr's Cheap Bastard Deal.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds too good to be true.
Oh, no, it's real, and it's a steal.
You know there's plenty more when you shop at Howie's store for another Howie Carr Cheap Bastard Deal.
Howie Carr, the cheapest bastard around.
You know how it works. We give you a deal, a special deal, usually a 50% off deal for a limited number of gift certificates or options, whatever. And you have to go to HowieCarShow.com and click on deals to get it right off the internet. Today's Cheap Bastards deal is a firearms safety training course from Tactical Dynamics for half off. Half off. Go to HowieCarShow.com and click deals. They have locations in Worcester, Fall River, North Attleboro, Foxborough, and Medford. So anywhere in eastern Massachusetts, basically, this is a good deal. James from Tactical Dynamics joins us now. James, tell us about Tactical Dynamics. What do you guys do?
Hey, Howie. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
We primarily do the required firearm safety course to apply for your license.
Right.
So if somebody wants to get a license, they take that class with us, and they use the certificate they get to apply at their local police department.
Right.
And then beyond that, we do a lot of self-defense shooting classes, handguns, rifles, shotguns, you name it.
Yeah, and you have to get that permit from your local police department before you can actually own a gun legally in the state of Massachusetts.
That's correct.
Yeah, so you're a police officer, right, James?
Yes, I am.
And everybody who'll be teaching you at the Tactical Dynamics, they're also police officers, right?
The majority. We have 13 instructors. The majority of our instructors are police officers.
Right. So, again, if anyone lives in Massachusetts and wants to legally carry a firearm, you need training before you can apply for the firearms permit. The training you do is acceptable to the state of Massachusetts, right? I know you're okay because you were my firearms instructor when I got my firearms permit a couple of years ago.
Absolutely, that was a great class.
It was a great class, and I'm proud to have a permit to carry. So you guys, the training is just it's not like it's a weeks long process or anything like that. It's not like taking a college course for a whole semester. It's just 4 hours long, and you guys provide the firearm, right?
Exactly. We provide everything that our students need. They just essentially have to show up.
So where can people find out more about Tactical Dynamics?
Yeah, so they can go to our website. It's tacdynamics.com. TACdynamics.com. We have all sorts of information there, and they can register for a class right online.
All right. That's great.
Hey, James, what can you tell us about how Howie shoots? Is he accurate?
He shoots really well. He shoots his whole crew did.
That's right. Crew. That's the key word. Crew.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. So listen.
Would you say like top of the class, bottom of the class? Because he never brought in his targets when he was done.
I can assure you he's right up there at the top.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, James. Thank you. The check is in the mail. Okay, listen, if you want a voucher good for a firearms safety training course from Tactical Dynamics, 50% off. You're not going to get a better deal than this, and they have locations everywhere. They have in Eastern Mass, Worcester, Fall River, North Attleboro, Foxborough, and Medford. Go right now to Howie Carr Show, click on deals, and you can get 50% off for your training at Tactical Dynamics. James, thanks for joining us, and good to talk to you again.
You as well. Thanks for having me.
See you on the range. All right. So
I still think that's fake news. I think James was just buttering you up. I'm gonna have to see you shoot in person.
I'm good. I'm really good. You could ask my daughter. I shoot with her. You know, we go up there and shoot, and I use Whitey's gun.
You don't trust yourself enough to deal with that skunk in your backyard, though.
The skunk is what's my back?
Sorry. Your friend's backyard. Yeah,
my friend called me. The skunk is gone.
He's certified this.
He's not gone.
Was he like sticking his nose around in holes in his backyard to see?
He can't get into the yard. That's all that matters.
You don't
think matter where he is, as long as he's not in my friend's yard. Okay.
You don't think that skunks can dig into your friend's backyard?
He hasn't been back. That's all I know. Anyway, get your voucher good for a firearm safety training course from Tactical Dynamics for 50% off at HowieCarShow.com. Click deals. HowieCarShow.com. Click deals. You're not going to get a better deal than this, and it's a convenient location and takes 4 hours, and you have your paperwork and go down to the police department and get your permit. Then you can get your gun, and you'll be all set.
508 says you're Howie Oakley.
Yeah, Howie Oakley. I beg your pardon. What am I transitioning? I didn't come here to be made sport of. Anyway, we're talking about Obamacare. They're just floundering in the Senate. They can't pass any of these deals. They just keep throwing them up, and they can't get anything passed. It's really pitiful too. The Senate is continuing to debate amendments in a crush of votes, says the Wall Street Journal. No one knows what will result. The most likely possibility is a skinny repeal that kills discrete features of Obamacare, like the employer and individual mandates and medical device tax. It would be good to get rid of those, right? Moving even a skinny bill in conference negotiation with the House is better than nothing, but it is light years from the bold Republican Senate promises of 2015 and last year. The best outcome of today's repeal vote would have been to send the vote, or yesterday's repeal vote would have been to send the bill to a Republican president who is willing and even desperate to sign it. But at least voters have clarity about which GOP senators are willing to ratify President Obama's achievements. Oh, wow. President Obama's achievements. That's a good way to put it. And some of these people that are afraid to vote yes, they're not even up for re-election until 2022. Capito, for example. Capito was in a state that West Virginia, the Trump carried by, I think, 40 points, and she's not up for re-election for more than 5 years, and she's afraid to pull the trigger. Portman in Ohio is not up for re-election until 2020, and he's got cold feet. Pitiful. Carol, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line.
Hi, Howie.
Hi.
If you want to know how mad I am, I just recently changed jobs, and, I left my job. I tried to see how much I could get for health care. $565 a month with a $6,800 deductible, which I cannot afford.
$6,800 deductible. I mean, that's $6,800 after taxes. So you have to make like $10,000 or $12,000 just to start getting insurance payoffs.
Well, I'm so mad. This is the last straw for me. I've had it. I'm so mad now. If somebody called for action to go to Washington and pull every one of these thieves out and into the streets and put them in jail, I'd be there. And I'm not that type of person. I am livid. I mean, I'm nervous because I don't have health care. That, what you said about paying for those $12,000 subsidies, if Trump can get rid of that, I think we should all be calling them. And I guess I'm listening to Levin, and they were talking about Article 5. Glenn Beck was also talking
the
about
Convention
that,
of the States. That's such a long shot. You know, I mean, it's good in theory, but it ultimately, you know, it's not going to happen. Well, why doesn't Trump just say, look, you know, I'm gonna start the clock running. I'm gonna end these exemptions, and you've got 2 weeks to get your act together. That should be enough time. And if you don't get your act together, it's not going to be the end of the world. You're just going to have the same options that the rest of the American people have. So, you know, if they're good enough for your constituents, they should be good enough for you. So you got 2 weeks. You got 2 weeks to get it straightened out.
I like it. I'm calling the White House, and I'm going to email. I hope everybody else does the same.
Thanks for the call, Carol. Yeah, this was a good column by this woman, Heather Higgins. And Steve, see if you could figure out a way to get around that paywall so we can post that thing. You know, just
it's a paywall, Howie, from the Wall Street Journal. Do you understand how paywalls work?
Yes.
If I could get around it, it wouldn't be a very good wall, would it?
Well, but I have a copy of it, so I got around it.
Because I have subscribed to the Wall Street Journal so that I can print these things off for you.
Okay. Well, can't we like cut and paste it or something and put it out there?
I mean, I guess I could probably like steal their content and then post it on your Twitter account. I think you've just read it to the audience. They know it now.
They know it, but they want to. I mean, they want to put it on their Facebook pages. They want to.
Well, they can share it on their Facebook page.
They can.
Yeah, it's just behind a paywall, Howie. They can't read the entire thing, but they can share the link.
They can, but they can share. So then their friends will click on the link and they'll hit the paywall.
Yeah, no kidding. That's how paywalls work, Howie.
I don't know. I worked for Rupert Murdoch all these years. He should be able to make an exception for me.
The Herald has a paywall too on their archived articles.
I know. So I just call the city desk and get around it.
But not everyone works for the Herald. Not anyone can. I can't just call up Rupert Murdoch and say, "Hey, pal, my boss wants to share this Heather Higgins column on his Twitter account. Can you let down the paywall for me?" You know, Howie, Ted Kennedy forced you to sell the New York Post because of Howie. He's an important member of the organization, or was. 844-500-4242. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
Ever since we announced our contest where we're giving away 10 fishing trips with Captain Dave Marciano aboard the fishing vessel Hard Merchandise, just for following us on Facebook, we here at Matthews Brothers have been hearing from people from all over the country. A large number of them have asked if they can stop by and take a tour of our factory, but want to know if we have electricity yet. Some are strangely curious about the availability of indoor plumbing, while others have asked if it's possible to drive here from the United States. Well, rest easy, Pilgrim. We'd be tickled pink to welcome you here and show you around the factory, especially since we no longer have to rely on coal gas lanterns and steam engines. After the tour, please visit our modern bathrooms, the majority of which now feature flush toilets. Best of all, since we're technically in the United States, you won't even need a passport. Boom! So this summer, while you're driving along with the kids in the back asking, "Are we there yet?" why not put them to work looking for Matthews Brothers trucks, Matthews Brothers dealers, and the big old Matthews Brothers bug proudly displayed on every window we ship. You can learn all the details, but only at Better Lumber Yards and Window Professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T. America's oldest window manufacturer.
Howie Carr here. Have you looked in the mirror lately? When you see your smile, what do you think? If you're like most people, you probably wish you had whiter teeth or teeth that weren't so crooked. And then you think fixing those problems will take years and might cost you more than you could afford. Well, I've got good news for you. You can have a perfect smile with just 3 visits to Dr. Houghton at Perfect Smiles in Nashua, New Hampshire. Using state-of-the-art cosmetic dentistry, Dr. Houghton will work with you to design the smile you want. Within 6 weeks from your initial visit, you'll have perfectly straight teeth and they'll shine a vibrant white. And your new perfect smile could cost you less than $100 a week. See? You can afford it. No pain, no more annoying white strips, no extractions or braces. Just a perfect smile that will have you want to look in the mirror more often. I have a perfect smile from Dr. Houghton. Now it's your turn. Go to perfectsmiles.com for more information. That's perfectsmiles.com. Financing available for well-qualified patients.
Are you looking for a pre-owned car? Well, before you go to the dealership where you'll be pounced on by pushy salespeople, give the Car Guys a try. I'm Bill Papageorge, and my job is to make finding the perfect used car as easy as possible. That means I do all of the tough legwork for you. Once I figure out what you want out of a car, I go find it. I've been in this business for a long time, and I know what to look out for. I won't bring you a car unless I know it will meet or exceed your expectations. So give me a call at 800-300-4600. That is 800-300-4600.
And now, a bunch
As you may have heard, this summer while we're busy supplying New England with our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, we here at Matthews Brothers are also giving away 10 wicked awesome fishing trips with the one and only Captain Dave Marciano aboard the functional yet stylish fishing vessel Hard Merchandise. And all you have to do to qualify is follow us on Facebook. Well, Mr. Man, thanks to Captain Dave, we're now friends with people from exotic, faraway places with strange-sounding names like Uzbekistan, Morocco, and Midlothian, Virginia. We don't like to brag, but one of our new friends is a Nigerian prince who's about to send us a large sum of money after we send him just one more deposit. And the single thing that bonds us all together is our undying passion for good old Matthews Brothers and the 163-year-old tradition of providing not only wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but more importantly, our trademark wow customer service. Seriously, it's actually trademark. You can learn more than you ever thought you'd want to know about windows and everything Matthews, including how you can win one of 10 trips with America's favorite captain, but only at better lumberyards and window professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with 1 T. America's oldest window manufacturer.
Taxes and government transparency. But are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Want to spend a day in studio with Howie Carr? Get to HowieCarrShow.com and click store to get tickets to Howie's in-studio VIP experience. Now, back to Howie Carr.
201 says, I'm an illegal alien. I have no premium, no deductible, no copay. I get my health insurance through Uncle Sap. Exactly. I repeat, Obamacare works for those who don't. 919. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski, Alaska, is up for re-election in 2018, Howie, and I hope Palin primaries her and wins.
I don't think she is up for re-election in 2018.
I don't know. I don't know what year she's up, but I know that Palin is very busy with her suit against the New York Times. There's a story in the New York Post today. You know, she's suing them for running that editorial saying that she basically caused the Gabby Giffords shooting in Arizona, which was total BS, and the New York Times knew it.
She's not. Lisa Murkowski's not up until 2022.
2020.
Sorry. 2022. She got reelected this year.
Ugh. Yeah. Well, anyway, Palin's busy with this New York Times lawsuit. She wants to depose, I think, 23 staffers on the New York Times, just to show the how much they hate her. And the New York Times is going nuts, obviously. And I hope she gets to depose every last one of them. Let's start discovery here in the New York Times. This is the Beaver State Finney, and our junior Moonbat Senator Jeff Merkley proudly announced he submitted 120 amendments to the health care bill. Then he told his followers to take it to the streets to protest the Republicans. I'm beyond disgusted with all of them. They should have had a polished plan ready to submit on day one of Trump's presidency. They should have had something ready to go. And this is just, this isn't just some meaningless resolution. I mean, people's lives are being affected here by this. There's another guy says he's got the same problem that the last caller did. $589 a month. This is from 978. $589 a month for a $6,000 deductible. So basically, she's paying $13,068 a year for nothing. Let's see here. Joe, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, Howie. Quick story. How you doing?
Good.
Last few years, I made probably 25% of what I used to make, so I got the subsidies. I said, this is great. Halfway through 2016, some things happened to my house. I had to take 401k money out, and I paid the taxes when I did. Fast forward to January. I'm doing my income. And they said, hey, you took your 401k money out. We're adding that to your income. Guess what? You no longer qualify for any subsidies. You owe us $7,300.
They sent you a bill?
I never used once.
They sent you a bill on top of everything else. Wow.
Well, no, the taxes worked out to, I owed them $7,300 for Obamacare that I never used once. Imagine that. Had to sell my Harley, Howie. Had to sell my Harley to pay for Obamacare. Talk about being furious.
Do you think it should be called the Affordable Care Act, Joe? Was it affordable for you?
It was not affordable for me. That's all I can tell you. No, it's a sham. It's useless. I wouldn't wish this on anybody.
Thanks for the call, Joe. Good call. Skippy, you're next with Howie Carr, the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Skippy.
Howie. Hi, Howie.
Hi.
When Obamacare first came in, first I lost my health insurance, then I lost my doctor, and then I lost my job. Thanks, Obama. Unreal. I was taken off my wife's health plan because they no longer covered spouses. If your company had a health plan that you could go on, which mine was so expensive I couldn't afford it. So I went on the street, got my own plan. Meanwhile, my wife is paying for the family plan for her and our kid. So we're paying for two health plans. Then I found out my doctor's not in the plan that I had to get off the street. I quit my job. I said, I'm going someplace else.
Wait, Skippy, President Obama told you that if you liked your doctor, you could keep your doctor.
Yeah. Well, my doctor wouldn't come with me. I'm lucky my wife did.
So apparently, even though you liked your doctor and wanted to keep your doctor couldn't keep you.
Exactly. So I changed jobs, and I have a better health coverage that's a little bit less money, but still, I had to leave a company I was with for 28 years because I couldn't afford the health care and work there at the same time.
Ugh.
Unreal.
I know.
And now we're paying, my wife, we got two plans now, my single plan, and my wife has the family plan. Instead of all of us being on one plan, we're paying for two plans. And we still have like $6,000 deductibles. I called up the I called up Blue Cross. I said, "Why am I getting these bills? I'm covered." "Oh no, you're not covered for that."
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting to read my first story in a major alt-left medium. You know, whether it's Politico or the Washington Post, New York Times, or any of the networks about the onerous cost of these deductibles. Have you ever read a story on deductibles crushing people?
Nope, I don't think I've ever seen one.
I've never seen a story about deductible. And forget copay. And then how about a sidebar on copays? You know, my copay used to be $10. Now it's $50. And I can't afford to get these pills. Or I can't afford it, but I have to chop. I'm supposed to take one pill a day, and I have to chop it in two. I know there are people doing that because they've called the show and they've texted, but I've never read a story about that.
You know, I have read some stories about deductibles or copays, at least, when they try to do like a $5 copay on a Medicaid service, and the poverty lobbyists come out, "Oh, this is the war on the poor. How can you expect someone to pay $5 for an MRI?"
Here's Juanita and her translator, and she's going to talk. She needs the $5 copay for her anchor baby. You know, it only apparently it's only a problem if it affects an illegal alien or a layabout, somebody with an Obama phone or who lives in Section 8 housing. If you have a job, they don't care about you. What else is new, right? I'm Howie Carr.
And now one of Howie's biggest fans.
Approval rating, Obama 79, Trump 32. Think about it. You can't please everyone, so you've got to please yourself.
You can't please everyone, so you've
got to please yourself. Get over it, Howie. At least Obama can spell potato, you fucking asshole. Stupid Republican. Don't pee on me and tell me it's raining. Did I hear right? The information was leaked? Get it? He's gonna drop the bomb, and then you might go, yeah, maybe he wasn't the best choice. Yeah, maybe I should have voted for Hillary. Yeah. You can't please everyone, so you've got to please yourself. Don't pee on me and tell me it's raining.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
The Howie Carr Show continues next. And now one of Howie's biggest fans.
Approval rating, Obama 79, Trump 32. Think about it. You can't please everyone, so you've got to please yourself.
You can't please everyone, so you've
got to please yourself. Get over it, Howie. At least Obama can spell potato, you fucking asshole. Stupid Republican. Don't pee on me and tell me it's raining. Did I hear right? The information was leaked? Get it? He's gonna drop the bomb, and then you might go, yeah, maybe he wasn't the best choice. Yeah, maybe I should have voted for Hillary. Yeah. You can't please everyone, so you've got to please yourself. Don't pee on me and tell me it's raining.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
Well, America is crying tonight. I'm not sure how much of America, but a very, very significant portion. And I mean literally crying.
Everybody is crying and so upset, and it is the end of their world.
Feels like the end of the world.
We were on Lifetime last night, and I was slowly getting drunk.
This is the time for real wisdom. Lightning round. I genuinely do not understand how America can be this disorganized or this hateful.
You know, she was Hillary Clinton, the most qualified candidate, the best suited for the job, the best temperament. Now we're hearing not a good candidate.
History is put on hold yet again.
They're scared, depressed, despaired, desperate even, almost clinging to me.
Plus the Supreme Court, who knows where that's going to go. So the only checks and balances we have are us, the View.
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
And now, a bunch of random facts with Grace.
Donald Duck comics were banned from Finland because he doesn't wear pants. Pirates wore earrings because they believed it improved their eyesight. Cockroaches can live for several weeks with their heads cut off because their brains are located inside their body. More than 60,000 people are flying over the United States in an airplane right now. A church in the Czech Republic has a chandelier made entirely of human bones. Ooh. Our eyes are always the same size from birth, but our nose and ears never stop growing. The elephant is the only animal that can't jump. ATMs were originally thought to be failures because the only users were prostitutes and gamblers who didn't want to deal with tellers face to face. It takes about 3,000 cows to supply enough leather for the NFL for only 1 year.
This has been a bunch of random facts with Grace. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and blogs at HowieCarrshow.com.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today.
President Trump is cracking down on sanctuary cities with the help of Attorney General Jeff Sessions. The Justice Department this week announced the end of federal grants to cities that promote lawlessness. Today, Acting ICE Director Tom Homan rocked the White House press briefing. Plus, we finally know the title of Hillary Clinton's new book about her disastrous campaign.
Live from an undisclosed location.
One of the most famous men in New England.
Conservative radio host Howie Carr.
The legendary Howie.
Who do you love?
We love Howie Carr.
Howie Carr.
Howie Carr. We love you, Howie.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Just more silliness today in this I don't know what you call it, this turmoil going on in the White House staff. The Mooch called into CNN, and he was going on about Reince Priebus, the chief of staff, and saying if he's not the leaker, maybe he can prove it. And he's using an old quote that Mike Dukakis used to use when he was running for president in 1988, the fish rots from the head. That's not the quote I need to hear from a Republican. I mean, it was bad enough hearing it from that idiot, Mike Dukakis, but I don't need to hear it from the new communications boss at the White House. But, we're gonna not get bogged down with that. We have some Scaramouche cuts that we'll play a little later in the show, but I wanted to talk about a real success that the administration is having, and that's illegal immigration. And we're going to take a lot of calls on it in this hour. 844-500-4242. And the acting head of immigration control and enforcement is a guy named Tom Homan. And he was at the White House press briefing today. And this is one thing I think that Scaramouche is doing. He's trying to bring people from the administration in.
Who's doing that?
Scaramouche. That's what I call him.
Scaramouche.
Oh, did you give me that? Did you give me the Duke Ellington song too? You got that? Okay, I got another song. I got another song for him. This is more retro, but it's really one of the Duke Ellington greatest hits, and it's called "The Mooch." So we can use this as an intro for when we talk about Anthony Scaramucci. I don't think you got the best part of it. Why don't you just use the part just coming right out?
That was the part. That was the very beginning of the song.
You didn't get the right song. You didn't get the right version. Then I'll show you I'll show you the right one to get tomorrow. We'll have it all set. Okay. Anyway, we got plenty of stuff. But anyway, so Mooch is putting these guys out there. Yesterday it was the Secretary of Education, DeVos. He had Trump out yesterday talking about the new Chinese investment, Foxconn in Wisconsin. Today he had him out talking about Scalise getting out of the hospital. He's doing and the person at the press briefing today though was this guy Homan from ICE, Immigration Control and Enforcement. And he's been saying that his watchword, I guess, is illegal immigration is not a victimless crime, as we've always talked about. Illegal immigration is not a victimless crime, and so he was there today, and he really rocked the White House press briefing. Here's a sound cut from Tom Homan, the acting ICE director.
Sanctuary cities are criminals' biggest friend. If you're an alien smuggler and you're smuggling people in this country for a living, that's one sales pitch. We can get you to a sanctuary city where that city will help shield you from immigration. So I've said it every time I speak. I say it, sanctuary cities need to help us keep the community safe. Sanctuary cities not only endanger public safety, they endanger my law enforcement officers, because when we can't get a criminal alien, violent alien out of a county jail, it means one of our officers have to go knock on the door, which anybody in law enforcement knows that's one of the most dangerous things to do. So rather than arresting a violent criminal in the safety, security, and privacy of a county jail, we got to go knock on the door. We got to arrest them in the community. The community's put at risk, our officers are put at risk, and the alien himself is put at risk. We got to start thinking about public safety and the men and women of ICE the men and women of the Border Patrol, who we've lost many over the last few years at the hands of violent criminal aliens. We got to join forces with these cities. These cities have to come to us. They have to work with us to keep our communities safe. Sir?
Yeah, you know, he's right. And the lieutenant governor of Texas has been saying this week too. You know about what happened in San Antonio. They were bringing in this truckload of illegal aliens, and they were in this hot, overheated tractor trailer, and they didn't have any water. They were screaming for water. They were banging on the walls of the trailer, and nobody went to them. 10 of them ended up being dead. They don't even know if they're Mexicans or Guatemalans or where they're from. And, the governor, I think his name is Patrick, Dan Patrick, the lieutenant governor of Texas, he said, he went out there and he said, these people are victims of they're illegal immigrants, but they're victims of illegal immigration. I mean, they were told that there was no downside to coming into the country, and that they could come in here and do whatever they wanted to do, and it cost them their lives. And it's costing all sorts of Americans their lives by the violence that's being committed by these people when they come in, or the drunk driving that they do. They're never punished, or they're not punished like Americans would be punished. And it's a big problem, and it's a big reason why Donald Trump won, because everybody understands what a problem it was. Last hour we talked about how they refused, the mainstream media refuses to cover the devastation of Obamacare on people who work for a living. They never talk about the high deductibles or the high copays, the fact that people have insurance policies they're coerced to buy, and they can't afford to use them. The same conspiracy of silence applies to illegal alien crime. We're not told what the problems are. So in this state, Massachusetts, where I am, they had a court decision last week. The SJC, Supreme Judicial Court, that's the highest court in the Commonwealth, said that the illegal aliens who did not have a criminal charge pending against them could not be held for ICE to pick up. They could not hold them. It basically made the state a sanctuary state. So yesterday, I mean, this is how lawless these people are, what I'm about to tell you. Yesterday, a handful of state reps and Sheriff Tom Hodgson of Bristol County, who you've seen before on national TV or local TV, they held a press conference, and they said, we're going to file some legislation to give the governor the right and give local sheriffs and local police the right to hold these illegal aliens for ICE so they can be deported. And you know what happened? A group of illegal aliens came and tried to shout down the reps. Illegal aliens. And of course there's no blowback for these people.
That reminds me when a bunch of illegal aliens tried to kick Grace and me out of the State House.
Yeah.
Remember that? They were following him around trying to ask him some questions.
Yeah. I know. And there's just a disconnect from reality with these elected officials who don't want to do anything about the illegal alien problem. And we're going to take some calls on this. And what would you do? You want your state or your city to be a sanctuary city, or would you like to see them cut off? Here in Boston, we've talked about this before. The mayor of the city of Boston says that he will open his office at City Hall and make it a sanctuary for illegal aliens. He said this in the spring. About a month, maybe less, after he said this, that he was going to make his office a sanctuary for illegal aliens, his own police department, the City of Boston Police Department, came out with a report, a well-researched, documented report saying that the majority of the heroin dealing in the city of Boston was done by illegal aliens from the Dominican Republic. And he wants to provide a sanctuary for illegal aliens, even though they're responsible for heroin epidemic in Boston, Massachusetts, the entire nation, certainly the Northeast and New England, but to a larger degree, the entire country. Today, there's a story saying that the number of deaths from fentanyl overdoses is shocking all law enforcement and health officials in Massachusetts. Well, again, that's from illegal aliens. But can they don't even say it in the stories. They just say the overdoses are increasing. There's no apparent inclination at the local level. There are certainly, I know local, individual cops and some police departments are trying to do something about this. We've had Officer Scott on from Saugus, and various police departments are trying to grab these imposters and these criminals that are engaging in identity theft, welfare fraud, among other crimes. And they're trying to do something about it, but the elected officials don't seem to have any interest in this. I'm going to read you some stories about what's been some of the crimes that have been committed, and I just want to know if you think this is a victimless crime, as the mainstream media would have you believe. By the way, Hillary has a book. Has a title for her new book that's coming out in September, and I know we can all hardly wait to read it. It's called "What Happened." Now that I think about it, wouldn't the more appropriate title be "Bleep Happens"? I think that's a much better title. They've had titles like that before, with words that you can't say on the radio or the TV because of the FCC for reasons of family viewing and family listening. Bleep Happens by Hillary Clinton. I'm Howie Carr.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
When it's time to choose a car dealer, we know you have plenty of options. So why not choose the dealer that has the most options for you? When it comes to selection, Bank Chevrolet GMC Buick and Concord has the inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. We know that price matters, and Banks offers the lowest, most transparent pricing around. And convenience? With our full-service internet department, you can browse online or call ahead to take care of most of the details before you even walk through the door. As New England's highest volume GM dealer, we encourage you to visit our dealership to experience the Banks difference.
Lease a 2017 Chevy Silverado 1500 double cab for only $235 per month with zero due at signing. Payment for current non-GM lessees for 36 months includes select bonus cash with credit approval.
Chevrolet, find new roads. Browse our selection online at banksautos.com. Banks Chevrolet Cadillac Buick GMC in Concord, New Hampshire. Real prices, huge inventory, always in stock.
Hey, where you going?
We're going to Arnold's Clam Bar.
It's been named one of the all-time best seafood dives ever by Coastal Living magazine. While TripAdvisor, The Phantom Gourmet, and Rachel Ray all agree Arnold's is a must-visit when on Cape Cod. Arnold's boasts a full bar, a raw bar, and even a sandbar out on the mini golf course. Open daily at 11:30, it's Arnold's Lobster and Clam Bar on Route 6 in Eastham and at arnoldsrestaurant.com.
It's a Star-Spangled July at Maine Oxy with our tool of the month, the Lincoln Electric All-American Welding Helmet. Covered with the stars and stripes on the outside and 4C lens technology on the inside, your welding vision will stretch across the fruited plain, or at least as far as your project requires. The Lincoln Electric All-American Welding Helmet, July's tool of the month at Maine Oxy, with stores throughout New England.
For industrial gas, for specialty gas, call Maine Oxy.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
In the center of the stage tonight, businessman Donald Trump.
I would never give up my microphone. I thought that was disgusting. That showed such weakness. The way he was taken away by two young women. The microphone, they just took the whole place over. That will never happen with me. I don't know if I'll do the fighting myself or if other people will. But that was a disgrace. The way I felt badly for him.
You're not supposed to say that somebody graduated last or second to last in their class, because you're supposed to be, like Frank says, very nice. Folks, I want to make America great again. We want to get down to brass tacks. We don't want to listen to his stuff with being politically correct and everything has... We have a lot of work to do.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
You've probably heard about all the great benefits of goat milk soap. But did you know some companies take shortcuts? At Old New England Soap, we make our organic goat's milk soap using 36% goat's milk. That's 17% more than most others. Our bars are larger, so they last longer, producing lots of lather packed with vitamins. And our soap is a natural moisturizer that smooths dry and damaged skin. Order online at oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. You've tried the rest. Now try the best. oldnesoap.com.
Water-based soaps on supermarket shelves use harsh chemical acids to break down dead skin cells. And that's just not good for you. At Old New England Soap, our soaps are made without chemical ingredients, contain no alcohol or petroleum products, and use 85% organic materials and carry the USDA's organic certification. Try some today. Go to oldnesoap.com. That's oldnesoap.com. oldnesoap.com.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
Send Howie a text to 680-680. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This half hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by General Communications. Not all cloud-based business telephone systems are created equal. Call 1-800-4-GENERAL or click on the General Communications ad at HowieCarrShow.com. Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep as cool as the other side of the pillow every night. Try yours for 100 nights risk-free. Go to Casper.com and use code Howie for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Is Reince Priebus a leaker?
He didn't leak what Scaramucci thought he leaked today, apparently. But yes, I think he is a leaker.
76% say yes. And, you know, I come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen anything leaked about Reince.
Yeah, that's...
You know?
Yeah.
Can you think of anything that's come out about him?
That's a very good point. Anyway, the decision by the SJC, which is made basically Massachusetts a sanctuary state, although it's not, officially a sanctuary state. A Cambodian, 32 years old. They've been trying to deport him since 2008. Again, the court decisions in these kinds of cases, they always used to tell you a person's record, but now you can't find out anything about the records, whether it's a federal or a state case, because they don't want to give ammo to people like you and me and Sheriff Hodgson and Attorney General Sessions. So they don't tell you. You have to kind of piece it together here, what the records of these people are and where they're from. But this guy's name is Sharoon Lun. He was born in to Cambodian parents in a refugee camp in Thailand. And he's been arrested and charged, maybe I think convicted of breaking and entering and other crimes. They've been trying to deport him since 2008. But Cambodia, for obvious reasons, refuses to accept him because Cambodia doesn't want a career criminal coming back in. They got enough headaches already in their third world hellhole without taking this thug back. So what happens is they try to deport him. Cambodia refuses to accept him, and he's released. He commits another crime. He gets a court-appointed lawyer. The court-appointed lawyer says, well, if you convict him of the crime, he might be deported, even though he probably won't be. So they release him again. They ask Cambodia to take him back. Cambodia refuses, and they release him again, and he commits another crime. And it's just this endless circle. And finally they said, well, you can't hold him anymore. They were trying to deport him again, and now he's going to be free again. What do you think he's going to do? You think he's going to behave himself after all these years, or is he going to commit another crime? So the Moonbat Attorney General of Massachusetts, Maura Healey, says this is a victory that the Supreme Judicial Court has ruled that illegal aliens can't be held for deportation. This decision, Healey said, is a victory for the rule of law and smart immigration and criminal justice policies. How is it smart for a nation to want to keep criminal aliens in our midst? I mean, wouldn't a smart policy be to deport them? Wouldn't a smart policy be to tell Cambodia, as we told Iraq earlier this year, you know what, Iraq? You know what, Cambodia? If you're not going to take back your criminals who are destabilizing U.S. society, we're not going to allow any visas for any more Cambodians to come into the country. There's not going to be any more foreign aid for Iraq. That's what we said. There's not going to be any more foreign aid for Cambodia. I mean, that would be a smart policy, wouldn't it? Rather than just absorbing all these people. And sometimes the sentences are reduced for the illegal aliens or the legal aliens with green cards who have permanent residency status, so they don't reach the threshold of deportation. And that's what happened with the bank robber a couple of months ago in Boston, a bank robber from Africa. He'd robbed 2 banks, violent bank robberies, and they cut his sentence to 364 days so he wouldn't be deported back to Guinea-Bissau. And he was let loose, and he immediately stabbed to death 2 anesthesiologists in South Boston, both of whom, by the way, happened to be immigrants themselves. So again, it's like Holman was saying, the ICE director. Immigrants themselves are harmed by these insane policies. Tommy, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Tommy.
Howie, thanks for my call. It's all part of the plan. They want these people coming here. They want the chaos. And, the whole thing with the Dominicans there, every Dominican I know paid to get here. They didn't just walk across the border. And how does the heroin get here, Howie? It doesn't just magically show up on our streets. It gets here from Afghanistan somehow. I mean, we invaded the country 16 years ago.
Yeah.
CIA's been over there.
I think a lot of it is fentanyl, though. Now, Tommy, and it's manufactured in Mexico. I think probably less comes from Afghanistan than from Mexico and south of the border. But it's being distributed predominantly around here anyway by illegal aliens from the Dominican Republic. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I never attacked him on his look, and believe me, there's plenty of subject matter right there. That I can tell you.
But Jake, it's a massive plant, one of the biggest in the world. They're going to make all these cars, trucks, and parts. They're even making parts. It's so big, they'll make the parts, the trucks. And I actually gave them a good idea. Why don't we just let the illegal...
Howie Carr here. Have you looked in the mirror lately? When you see your smile, what do you think? If you're like most people, you probably wish you had whiter teeth or teeth that weren't crooked. And then you think fixing those problems will take years and will cost you more than you can afford and will likely be painful. Well, I've got good news for you. You can have a perfect smile in as few as just 3 visits to Dr. Houghton at Perfect Smiles in Nashua, New Hampshire. Using state-of-the-art cosmetic dentistry, Dr. Houghton will work with you to design the smile you want. In as little as 4 weeks from your initial visit, you'll have perfectly straight teeth and they'll shine a vibrant white. And your new perfect smile will cost you less than $100 a week. See? You can afford it. No pain, no more annoying white strips. No extractions or braces. Just a perfect smile that will make you want to look in the mirror more often. I have a perfect smile from Dr. Houghton, and now the mailroom manager does too. Now it's your turn. Go to perfectsmiles.com for more information. That's perfectsmiles.com.
Action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com. PatriotPrepared.com carries the leading brands of storable food from Numanna, Legacy, and Heaven's Harvest. Patriot Prepared. Our name says it all. We're dedicated to empowering you to be self-reliant and confident in any circumstance. Whether you want to be prepared in the event of an emergency or you're an outdoor sports enthusiast, PatriotPrepared.com has prepackaged meals and kits for your entire family. Legacy, Heaven's Harvest, and Numanna are known for high-quality, great-tasting, GMO-free, nutritious food with no chemical preservatives. Simple to prepare, easy to store, gluten-free and organic high-quality nutrition options with a 25-year shelf life. You can't beat the feeling of being food secure when you need it most. So go to PatriotPrepared.com right now to pick up your supply of high-quality storable food for your family, because it makes good sense to be prepared. That's PatriotPrepared.com.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
A hummingbird weighs less than a penny. The founders of Google were willing to sell Google for $1 million to Excite in 1999, but Excite turned them down. Google is now worth $527 billion. On average, 12 newborns will be given to the wrong parents daily. There are no clocks in Las Vegas gambling casinos. Sea otters hold hands while they sleep so they won't drift apart. Aww. Do you ever wonder where the phrase, "it's raining cats and dogs" comes from? In the 17th century, many homeless cats and dogs would drown and float down the streets of England, making it look like it literally rained cats and dogs.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. Read the uncut edition of Howie's latest Boston Herald column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Okay, before we get back to the calls here, we're going to do the Tool of the Month contest. We do this on the last Thursday of the month, every month. And what we do is we play the 3 stupidest sound cuts, in our opinion. I mean, there's an infinite number of stupid sound cuts every month, but we pick the 3 really dumb ones, and we ask you to choose. It's just a contest for a few laughs, and it's sponsored by Maine Oxy. This month's Tool of the Month is brought to you by Maine Oxy's All-American Bundle. Get the Viking All-American helmet and custom Maine Oxy welding jacket, both for only $220. That's a savings of $95 at Maine Oxy, your first choice for gases, welding, and innovative solutions since 1929. So you got 3 picks here, and we'll play them once, and you can make your decision and vote at HowieCarrShow.com on who's the Tool of the Month. So, Steve, what are the picks here?
Well, the first one is going to be a relatively high-profile guy, O.J. Simpson, granted parole this month, and this was what he said at his parole hearing.
I've basically spent a conflict-free life.
Pardon me for laughing in your face, OJ.
And the next one is Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. This is part of his Better Deal campaign. He's laying out what the Democrats are going to stand for now. And he had this to say about gas prices.
They know that gas prices are sticky, when the domestic price goes, when the price for oil goes up on the markets, it goes right up, but it never goes down. How the heck did we let Exxon and Mobil merge? And that was Democrats. Inflation. So we're going to go after that.
The price of gas never goes down. Can we quote you on that, Mr. Minority Leader?
And the next one is from Shiva Ayadurai. He's someone that I think you now know well, Howie. We had him in the studio last week and confronted him with his 2004 arrest record. And following that, he went on with Kurt Schilling's Breitbart radio program, and he took a very bold, definitive stand here.
I do not support the abuse of women.
Although he was arrested for domestic abuse.
I do not support the abuse of women.
Just because I have a personal stake in that story, I'm going to vote for Shiva.
Yeah, right now Shiva's the clear front runner with about 95% of the vote, Howie.
Wow, 95%. That won't hold up. The other things are pretty stupid. But anyway, you can vote at HowieCarrShow.com, and that's Tool of the Month, and it's brought to you by Maine Oxy in the All-American Bundle. Get the Viking All-American helmet and custom Maine Oxy welding jacket, both for only $220. That's a savings of $95. All right. Back to this story about illegal immigration and the crackdown. And let me give you another example of what I'm talking about here, about how, I know Jeff Sessions is doing his best. The number of illegal crossings is way down. The sanctuary cities we're starting to move against them and take away their federal funding. And, they're not hiding, at least at the federal level, the fact that these people are illegal aliens. But the judges are still giving these people slaps on the wrist. Let me give you an example of this. This was from last week here in Boston. A Charlestown woman, so right away that's a problem. A Charlestown woman has been ordered to repay more than $1.8 million and spend 6 months in prison for her role in an income tax fraud scheme. $1.8 million, and she does 6 months. 6 months. Claudia Toribio worked at a check cashing company in Codman Square in Dorchester. She used stolen identities to collect fraudulent tax refunds. She cashed 287 checks totaling $1,836,862 between February and December of 2011. $1,836,000. The feds asked for 30 months. Her defense attorney asked for 12 months. And she got 6 months from Judge Sorokin, I should say. By the way, the Charlestown woman, she was born in, would you like to guess what country she was born in, Steve?
Ooh, this is a tough one. I'm definitely thinking it's somewhere in Latin America. I'm going to go with Honduras.
Dominican Republic.
Oh, not even close, man.
A Charlestown woman from the Dominican Republic steals $1.8 million and gets 6 months in the clink. And they had her bagged in 2013, but they didn't decide to go forward with prosecuting her for stealing $1.8 million until November of 2016. What happened in the month of November 2016? I wonder.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton's asking herself that question too.
But wait, she's got an excuse. I'm reading from the sentencing memorandum. It should be noted that all of Ms. Toribio's criminal activity occurred during a period of time when she was in active treatment for thyroid cancer.
So now if you're under chemo, you have a license to steal, basically.
She had a thyroid condition. Wait, if I stole $1,800,000 and I got caught red-handed and I said, wait a second, I have a thyroid condition. Do you think that let me go with 6 months? 6 months. 6 months. This is ridiculous. You can't have a double standard here where American citizens are punished for their crimes and newcomers or illegal aliens walk away and don't have to serve any time or don't get deported. And they say, oh, she's going to make restitution. She's She's got a 2005 Honda. That's her car. You think she's going to make restitution of $1.8 million? I don't think so. Michael, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead.
Yeah, how you doing, Howie? I'm here in Pennsylvania and talk about sanctuary cities. You got Allentown, you got Reading with all the MS-13 and the crimes. You got Philly, you got Hazleton. You go down a whole list of one end of Pennsylvania to the other. Where's Jeff Sessions here?
Yeah, well, I mean, Hazleton, that's where that's where the Congressman Barletta's from, right? I mean, he's done his job, right? He's trying to do something about it.
Well, I don't know if he's trying to do it, but, there's just so many there. They just, squatted there, and, half the place is all, all foreigners, all Mexicans and whatever, just, squatted there. And the crimes in Reading and Allentown.
Yeah, and Allentown, your mayor the mayor just got indicted there, Padlowski, right? And I read it in the Morning Call. They didn't mention that he was a Democrat until the 21st paragraph, Michael.
They never do. Philadelphia got these guys getting arrested left and right. They just don't care. And they still vote more Democrats in. Yeah,
the DA in Philadelphia just pleaded guilty. He's in another. That's a sanctuary city, right? And he was taking payoffs from a guy named Mohammed. It's
ridiculous.
It's out of control, Michael. Out of control. Thanks for the call.
One into the other.
Yeah. Joining us, Representative Mark Lombardo. He's from Billerica. He was one of the guys one of the state reps at the State House yesterday. Mark, you guys are trying to do something about this state becoming a sanctuary state, but you really don't have much chance of getting it through the legislature, do you?
Well, it's always an uphill battle, Howie, as you know. And if the Democrats don't want to bring it to the floor, they won't. And so essentially what we've become is a sanctuary state, Howie, where a police officer can't, cooperate with the federal government. It's pretty outrageous. And even talking about the issue, you got the left shouting at us about that we're racist and xenophobic.
Yeah, tell us what happened. Tell us what happened yesterday on the steps of the State House when you and Shauna O'Connell and Representative Dwyer and Representative Lyons and Sheriff Hodgson went out there and a few others went out there. What happened when you guys went out there to have your press conference about your legislation to close these ridiculous loopholes for illegal aliens?
Yeah, so we've had press conferences a number of times in the State House and never with issue and we saw some folks with some signs and we expected some opposition, not necessarily a concern, but there was the executive director from Centro Presente who was there, and every 60 seconds she would start up a chant and yell and interrupt and start yelling at the state representatives as we were just trying to talk with the media. Howie, there was, a dozen cameras there. This was, something that the media was very much interested in, and listen, I understand they have a role to play. If they want to protest, they have their position. But it was so incredibly rude that if my kids ever acted like that, I would punish them for the rest of their lives. It was so ridiculous, shouting down because they didn't like what we had to say. And so their position is, well, don't let anyone else speak. It was pretty shameful. Court officers had to come, try to keep some sense of control. It was a circus that these folks had caused.
It's just a shame that this is the way they behave. I mean, they want all the benefits of American society for themselves, but they don't want to extend the freedoms that they demand, even though in many cases they're here illegally on welfare. But they don't want to. They don't want to even extend you the right of free speech. You guys are elected officials of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. You represent constituents, hardworking tax-paying citizens. And you're interrupted by advocates for non-tax-paying illegal aliens.
Well, and the frustrating thing, Howie, too, is one of the women were holding a sign that says, I support immigrants. And I said, you know what, I do too. I support those who do it legally. And I told them a story that, I'm a third-generation American, probably like many of you.
Right.
Grandparents came from Ellis Island, legally immigrated to this country. And she laughed at the idea that my family would have followed the rules. And because she doesn't like the rules today, it makes it, less relevant that those in the past have actually followed the rules. The idea of immigration and illegal immigration being one and the same is ridiculous. And that's what the left is trying to do right now. Make all immigration as a singular topic, and it is not, Howie. There are two different distinct paths, and we should encourage legal immigration, but we should reject illegal immigration and all of the challenges that come with it.
Yeah, and as you know, Mark, from everybody knows who reads a newspaper, who goes on a website, these illegal aliens, and in some cases, people who are here illegally or naturalized citizens, like this woman from Charlestown who stole $1.8 million from the feds, they're committing a way disproportionate amount of the crime that's going on in this country, whether it's a violent crime or a white-collar crime. And the media is refusing to report it in large degree. Okay, thank you very much, Mark, for being with us. That's State Representative Mark Lombardo from Billerica. He's trying to he has introduced legislation along with several others to end the de facto sanctuary state status that has been imposed on Massachusetts by the Supreme Judicial Court. But it's an uphill struggle, as he said. We'll be right back. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
School is out, and it is time to head to the Cape. When you do, make sure to stop by Liquor and More. Liquor and More has just what you need for all your cookouts and entertaining. They deliver, too, just like they recently did for me. All the wine and beer arrived chilled and ready to go. Stop into one of Liquor and More's 6 locations in Plymouth, Bourne, Dennis, Wellfleet, Yarmouth, and now open in Orleans. Shopping is easy with no long lines. To see some of their great variety, check out liquorandmore.com. Liquor and More, just what you need. Liquor and More, a proud supporter of life's memorable moments.
This is the Real Deal Report with Jeff Deal, who led the successful grassroots effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes.
I'm Jeff Deal, candidate for United States Senate. Illegal immigration is not only a public safety problem, but it's also costly for hardworking taxpayers. The Commonwealth spends an estimated $1.8 billion per year on taxpayer-funded benefits. Allowing sanctuary cities and failing to secure our borders will add to that burden. Senator Elizabeth Warren doesn't side with us. She doesn't deserve another 6 years. It's time for a new senator who will secure our borders, support the wall, and stand up for the taxpayers.
Help Jeff Deal defeat Elizabeth Warren. Go to dealforsenate.com. Paid for and authorized by Deal for U.S. Senate.
When our military members enlist, they embark on a mission of protection and service to a nation and people they love. When returning home from that mission, things don't always go as planned. And at any given time, there are over 50,000 veterans homeless in America. The DV Farm in Gilsum, New Hampshire is giving some of these veterans a second chance at a new mission, integrating back into society. But the DV Farm receives no state or federal funding. It survives solely on your donations. Please support our nation's heroes by giving a tax-deductible donation at dvfarm.org. That's dvfarm.org. One homeless veteran is too many. Let's complete this mission together. We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And by the way, they're coming
Ever since we announced our contest where we're giving away 10 fishing trips with Captain Dave Marciano aboard the fishing vessel Hard Merchandise, just for following us on Facebook, we here at Matthews Brothers have been hearing from people from all over the country. A large number of them have asked if they can stop by and take a tour of our factory, but want to know if we have electricity yet. Some are strangely curious about the availability of indoor plumbing, while others have asked if it's possible to drive here from the United States. Well, rest easy, Pilgrim. We'd be tickled pink to welcome you here and show you around the factory, especially since we no longer have to rely on coal gas gas lanterns, and steam engines. After the tour, please visit our modern bathrooms, the majority of which now feature flush toilets. Best of all, since we're technically in the United States, you won't even need a passport. Boom! So this summer, while you're driving along with the kids in the back asking, "Are we there yet?" why not put them to work looking for Matthews Brothers trucks, Matthews Brothers dealers, and the big old Matthews Brothers bug proudly displayed on every window we ship. You can learn all the details, but only at Better Lumber Yards and Window Professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
Delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here. Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days when Kennedy plans rapidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Now shipping. Order today at HowieCarrshow.com. Click Kennedy Babylon.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
Traveling around New England? Wherever you go, Howie's there. Find Howie's list of stations at HowieCarrshow.com. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Dreamers in the news. A 20-year-old man is accused of torching a North Carolina apartment building that left 130 people homeless last week. Was in the U.S. illegally. Jesus Reyes Lopez, who was arrested Thursday in connection with the fire, is an illegal immigrant from Mexico and is wanted by ICE, the Charlotte Observer reported. 130 people. He's only setting the fires Americans couldn't be bothered setting. He set the fire as an act of revenge against an ex-girlfriend. When I lived in North Carolina, if you set fire to an occupied dwelling, they called it first-degree arson, and it was considered a capital crime. You could be put to death for it. I don't know anyone who ever was, but it was on the books. Dreamers in the news. Concord, New Hampshire. A former Methuen man was sentenced to 10 years in federal prison Monday after pleading guilty to distributing over a kilo of heroin along with lesser amounts of fentanyl and oxycodone. Martin Gonzalez Diaz, 34. They found the heroin in his apartment, along with cocaine and heroin and a loaded 9mm semi-automatic handgun from under a mattress in the bedroom, in close proximity to where the drugs were located. Do you think he had a permit to carry, the former Methuen man? After Gonzalez Diaz completes serving his decade prison sentence, officials said he will likely face deportation. This is from the Lawrence Eagle Tribune. If he's likely facing deportation, I guess he's really not a Methuen man, is he? Donna, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Hi.
What I've been wanting to ask for the longest time, where do our American rights come in? Where do we get our rights?
You know what I say, Donna? I say if I ever get in a jam, You know, whether it's for cashing fraudulent income tax cuts or having an unregistered 9mm. I don't.
Both of which you've been known to do.
I just want to be treated like an illegal alien. I ask for no special treatment. Just treat me like Claudia Toribio or like Jesus Riez, whatever his name is, or Oscar Diaz Manana. You know. Rob, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Rob.
Howie, every time I see a millennial, I hand him a $3,000 bill. And I say, this is what they're costing you every year, kids. Get used to it. Stop it.
And what do they say? Oh, you're a racist.
$3,000. That's what it costs every taxpayer or citizen in the state of Massachusetts at the $1.8 billion. $3,000, kids. Everybody listening, it costs you $3,000. They're stealing from us. We got to call them what they are. Illegal invaders. Okay, these are criminals. And the people like with that guy Eldridge, that guy
Jamie Eldridge, the state senator from Acton. Yes,
I've got more videos of these criminals. Okay, and they get a free ride. Okay, and it's incredible. You got to stick it right to them. And we're at war, buddy, and we're all by ourselves out here. I'm not waiting for anybody to help me.
Yeah, they arraigned a guy in Worcester. He was a delivery man, so called. He was making delivery packages to this little suburban community of Princeton. There was a Google executive, a good-looking female, jogging, and he just grabbed her and picked her up and raped her and murdered her after he raped her. And he was arraigned in court yesterday, and they allowed him to stand behind the wall so no one could embarrass him by taking his picture. He needed someone in the courtroom with him other than his court-appointed lawyer. Steve, you know who that was? That would be the court translator. I called up the district attorney's office in Worcester today, and I said, can you get back to me on his immigration status? When the phone didn't ring, I knew it was the Democrat district attorney. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
CNN is terrible. CNN. You with CNN? Are you with CNN? You people do not cover us accurately at all. So what I'm going to do is span out. Show them the crowd, press. Show them the crowd. Show them the crowd. Look, they're not turning the cameras. They don't even turn the cameras. They don't even turn the cameras because you know what? They're very dishonest people.
Frankly, I don't even think they give a damn about education, half of them. And I'm sure some maybe do use that word in this form. I will. Because people want to hear the truth, Frank.
Here we are in the middle of a deal, and he doesn't call about that. One sentence, I'd say, you got to, before we start, get those people back. Used to be 3, now it's 4. Get those people. They'd be back the next hour.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
The Howie Carr Show continues next. We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
John McCain goes, oh boy, Trump makes my life difficult. He had 15,000 crazies show up. Crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers.
And the poll just came out, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush. And I said, oh, that's too bad. How can I be tied with this guy? He's terrible. He's terrible.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And the poll just came out, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush. And I said, oh, that's too bad. How can I be tied with this guy? He's terrible. He's terrible. So Uma is getting classified secrets. She's married to Anthony Weiner, who's a perv. No, he is.
I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
And then the next day, he'll be called by special interests that supported him, his lobbyists who push him around like a piece of candy. We have heads being chopped off because they're Christian in the Middle East. We have borders where people are being killed all of. The world is cracking up, and they're worried about my tone.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC. And we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
John McCain goes, oh boy, Trump makes my life difficult. He had 15,000 crazies show up. Crazies. He called them all crazy. I said, they weren't crazy. They were great Americans. These people, if you would have seen these people, I know what crazy is. I know all about crazies. These weren't crazy. So he insulted me, and he insulted everybody in that room. And I said, somebody should run against John McCain, who has been, in my opinion, not so hot. And I supported him. I supported him for president. I raised $1 million for him. It's a lot of money. I supported him. He lost. He let us down. But, he lost. So I never liked him as much after that, because I don't like losers.
And the poll just came out, and I'm tied with Jeb Bush. And I said, oh, that's too bad. How can I be tied with this guy? He's terrible. He's terrible.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency. But are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org.
The West Wing is at war with itself. Anthony Scaramucci is purging leakers, even though this latest story about his finances wasn't even a leak. Reince Priebus is fighting for his life. Jeff Sessions is sitting down with Tucker Carlson tonight. I guess that's the only way he can talk to his boss these days. It's good TV, high ratings. But is any of this drama helping make America great again?
Live from an undisclosed location.
One of the most famous men in New England.
Conservative radio host Howie Carr.
The legendary Howie.
Who do you love?
We love Howie Carr.
Howie Carr.
Howie Carr. We love you, Howie. Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
So it's kind of crazy that Anthony Scaramucci would go crazy about the fact that his financial disclosure form was on Politico today, and he claimed it was a leak and it was a felony, and it was a public document. It had already been filed, as the reporter from Politico said, and I guess she included a link where anybody could get it.
And he sent out that tweet too, kind of quick on the trigger. He sends that out, and it kind of he tags Reince in it, kind of implying that he's the leaker,
right? And I didn't even think the disclosure was that terrible. You know, I mean, he owns part of Juice Press, where the mailroom manager and my youngest daughter love to go on Route 9. It's a chain of snack and smoothie places. He owns a piece of the New York Mets. He owns a part of a steakhouse in Manhattan. I mean, is it that terrible?
Well, he apparently thought it was terrible enough to accuse the president's chief of staff of a felony in a public space.
And then he calls up CNN. That was bizarre too. We'll get to that after the chump line. But first, we're going to do the chump line. The Chump Line is the voicemail message service of the Howie Carr Show. It's brought to you every weekday at this time by Matthews Brothers, whose made windows are available only through better lumber yards and window professionals like Finney Lumber Company, serving the building and construction needs of Greater Portland, Gorham, and the Sebago Lakes region since 1928. Finney Lumber in Gorham, Maine, or on the web at finneylumber.com.
This has no chance of getting on the chump line. But, Grace, come on. Herbicide. Repeat after me. It kills herbs. It doesn't help them because it's side. Come on, Grace. You had one job.
Come on, Grace. At least she put it on there, ma'am.
Steve, it's Howie. Can you get me some Ben & Jerry's ice cream? Apparently they put herbicide in it. I'm thinking I could dip my black toe in it and get rid of the fungus. I'll give you the rest of it, Sonny.
That would be fungicide, Howie. Fungicide, not herbicide.
I want some Agent Orange sherbet.
Yeah, Howie, I talked to somebody that was in your firearm class, and he told me that your nickname in the class was Barney Fife.
That's some real fake news. I had a lot more than one bullet, I tell you that.
Howie, I don't get it. I just can't get any of my messages on. I'm going to have to pull the trump card. Grace, did I mention how beautiful you look today on the Howie cam?
You know what the other trump card is? Grace, I'll buy you around at the Whiskey Priest on Friday night.
You make it seem
seem like I'm a booze bag. I have one drink on a Friday, occasionally.
Occasionally.
Plus, she drinks Tito's, so you never get hungover when you drink Tito's.
That's right. I forgot that. It's a gluten-free vodka, right, Grace?
Gluten-free and made in Texas. You can't beat it, y'all.
So Susan Collins thinks that a Texas congressman is unattractive. Pot, meet kettle.
Ooh, it's a little catty for Grace to put that one through.
I don't know if you saw this, but in Massachusetts, there's a woman that's running. She's decided to run against Elizabeth Warren, a Republican. Her name is Beth Lindstrom. And you know what? Did you read the story? She said, "I want to be the Susan Collins of Massachusetts." Wow! That's going to fire up the Republican electorate in Massachusetts or any other state. So you have one guy, this guy Kingston, who worked for Evan McMuffin, and you have the woman who wants to be the next Susan Collins. So there's going to be two rhinos running. You're going to have Evan McMuffin and Susan Collins, and then the guy who promises that he's against wife beating women, Shiva, and then you have Jeff Deal. I think things are looking up for Jeff Deal.
Who would have thunk it? Howard Lawrence Carr, the famous gunslinger.
I took the course. I have a permit to carry, and that skunk is gone from my friend's yard. Coincidence?
Yes. Entirely. Completely.
Yeah, I told this lady friend of mine that if she voted for Hillary, we'd never get rid of Obamacare. Well, she voted for Hillary, and now we're never going to get rid of Obamacare.
Very good. I like that.
Several Republicans are in collusion with stupidity.
Yeah. I like that quote from Pat Caddell. I've heard him say it before, but he said it on the show a couple of days ago. He said the Democrats are the corrupt party and the Republicans are the stupid party. It is so true, and it's proven correct every day of the week.
I bet the A1 brothers had their hard drives backed up on a bathroom server. My question is, was it a gender-neutral bathroom?
You know, now they've hired a lawyer, and the lawyer is a big Clinton lawyer, and he's worked for both Hillary and Bill Clinton, and he claims that his clients, these fine, upstanding Pakistanis, are victims of, you guessed it, Islamophobia.
Howie, did you notice the typographical error on Hillary's new book? They forgot the question mark.
And the title is, Steve?
What happened?
We're gonna get into that in the next hour of the show. We're gonna come up with some other titles. I know it's a big trending topic today, and it's pretty funny. We've already got a lot of people texting in about it, but save it for this last hour of the show.
Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening me, Galileo.
Scaramouche.
I'm going to get some more Duke Ellington music tomorrow. We'll have it
Please,
all ready to go.
No.
Duke Ellington.
I don't think anyone wants Duke Ellington. If you want to hear Duke Ellington music on the show tomorrow, go ahead and text in.
Duke Ellington is an immortal. He's one of the classic American musical giants.
And they can find him on their local jazz station.
Most places don't have a local jazz station, and it's not enough to go to YouTube. We need him on the Howie Carr Show.
Whenever there's something where me and Steve think we know exactly the song that's going to come to your mind, like Scaramouche, it's so obvious, you come up with some song that is so random, and you're like, this definitely fits the segment better.
Only in Howie's brain.
If you got the right part of the mooch, it would fit perfectly.
That was your last chump line message. Thank you for calling Howie Carr, you chump.
All right, that's it for the Chump Line today. The Chump Line is the recorded voicemail message service of the Howie Carr Show. The number to call if you want to leave a message that we may or may not play at this time each weekday, 844-500-4242. Press 2 for the Chump Line. The Chump Line is brought to you every weekday at this time by Matthews Brothers, whose Maine-made windows are available only through better lumber yards and window professionals like Finney Lumber Company, serving the building and construction needs of Greater Portland, Gorham, and the Sebago Lakes region since 1928. Finney Lumber in Gorham, Maine, are on the web at finneylumber.com.
Yeah, I told this lady friend of mine that if she voted for Hillary, we'd never get rid of Obamacare. Well, she voted for Hillary, and now we're never going to get rid of Obamacare.
I like that joke is recycled over and over again, but he did a good job, and it seems appropriate for the moment. I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show.
When it's time to choose a car dealer, we know you have plenty of options. So why not choose the dealer that has the most options for you? When it comes to selection, Bank Chevrolet GMC Buick and Concord has the inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. We know that price matters, and Banks offers the lowest, most transparent pricing around. And convenience? With our full-service internet department, you can browse online or call ahead to take care of most of the details before you even walk through the door. As New England's highest volume GM dealer, we encourage you to visit our dealership to experience the Bank's difference.
Lease a 2017 Chevy Silverado 1500 double cab for only $235 per month with zero due-it signing. Payment for current non-GM lessees for 36 months includes select bonus cash with credit approval.
Chevrolet, find new roads. Browse our selection online at banksautos.com. Bank Chevrolet Cadillac Buick GMC in Concord, New Hampshire. Real prices, huge inventory, always in stock.
When your business vehicles get dirty and your customers see that dirt is literally on your good name. But how do you keep your vehicles clean without pulling them off the road for hours? With pressure washers from Maine Oxy. Maine Oxy now carries pressure washers for jobs of any size. Clean your fleet in minutes and your good name. Call Maine Oxy for a free on-site demo, and Maine Oxy will bring you 5 gallons of soap free. That'll keep your good name clean for quite a while. Call today, MaineOxy.com.
For industrial gas, for specialty gas, call Maine Oxy.
As many of you know, we here at Matthews Brothers are hell-bent on tripling our Facebook followers by Labor Day, and we're giving you the chance to win one of 10 fishing trips aboard the Fish and Vessel Hard merchandise with Captain Dave Marciano in order to accomplish that. Well, sir, I'm pleased to report that at the halfway point, we now have 1,216 followers. Strangely enough, only 1,184 of them like us. Now, we're not exactly sure what the story is with these 32 unsociable friends, but if nothing else, it does prove that people will follow you, even if they don't like you all that much. Something politicians have counted on since the age of the Sumerians. It also proves that there's a small percentage of the population who will do just about anything in order to win a fishing trip with good old Captain Dave, even if it means being friends with a window company of all things. But thankfully, there's an even larger percentage that have liked, shared, commented, posted, and generally pinged their little hearts out about Matthews Brothers, and in the process have learned a little bit about us. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. You can learn more about our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but only at better lumber yards and window professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T, America's oldest window manufacturer.
Hillary rattle on and on and on. I don't think so badly of Rosie O'Donnell anymore.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders, and herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
He's on your radio and on your smartphone. Download the Howie Carr app on the iTunes or Android app stores. This is the Howie Carr Show.
This hour of the Howie Carr Show is powered by Captain Parker's Chowder Company, who would like to thank every store, deli, and seafood manager who sells Captain Parker's Chowder. You're doing a great job, and thanks from the bottom of the bowl. Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep as cool as the other side of the pillow every night. Try yours for 100 nights risk-free. Go to Casper.com and use code Howie for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Is Reince Priebus a leaker?
Yes, he is.
75% say yes.
It hasn't changed, in other words. All right. There's a new story out about the turmoil in the White House from New York Magazine, and it's from Scaramucci has given a quote to New York Magazine.
Oh, not just a quote. Not just a quote. So here's the story. Ryan Lizza, the New York Magazine, or I guess he was the New Yorker reporter, he was tweeting that Bill Shine and Sean Hannity were coming to the White House for dinner. And Scaramucci figured that this was obviously a leak. So he called up, last night he called up Ryan Lizza, the reporter, and unloaded.
More than he unloaded to Chris Cuomo this morning on CNN?
Yes. He said that the patriotic thing for Ryan Lizza to do would be to reveal his source to Scaramucci, so he can figure out.
Patriotic thing to do?
Yes, and he said that he threatened him, saying, "I'm gonna fire everyone in the communications staff in order to find this leaker, and then you won't have your sources." Basically, and this is a direct quote attributed to Scaramucci. Reince is a bleeping paranoid schizophrenic, a paranoiac, he said, and then he's trying to quote Priebus. Oh, Bill Shine is coming in. Let me leak the bleeping thing and see if I can bleep these people the way I bleep Scaramucci for 6 months.
Wow. He'd accused him of being a paranoid schizophrenic. I mean, again, pot meets kettle here, isn't it? Again, this is a guy who was so angry when he saw a public document on the internet that he said it was a felony to release it. He went to Harvard Law School. I mean, he should have a little more circumspection, I guess.
Here's another quote attributed to Scaramucci. They're trying to resist me, but it's not going to work. I've done nothing wrong in my financial disclosures, so they're going to have to go bleep themselves.
Well, did anyone accuse him of doing anything wrong on his financial disclosures? He's got a lot of money, but there doesn't seem to be anything untoward on those documents.
Here's another Scaramucci quote. I'm not Steve Bannon. I'm not trying to bleep my own bleep, he said. I'm not trying to build my own brand off the bleeping strength of the president. I'm here to serve the country.
He's patriotic. He wants to serve the country. Anyone who crosses him is committing a felony.
Here's another one. What I want to do is I want to bleeping kill all the leakers, and I want to get the president's agenda on track so we can succeed for the American people. He's a real hero for us, Howie. I actually like Scaramucci.
I do too. I do too. But I mean, why is he going off the handle like this? Why is he flying off the handle? It's bad. Well, let's play some sound cuts from the interview this morning with Cuomo. I thought it was interesting that he said the president told me if you're kind to me, I can come back here on this show. I don't understand why these guys go on with Cuomo or Allison Cameron. Why do they go on CNN? Period. Why does he call back? What's that guy's name? Ryan Lisa. Ryan Lisa. He's one. Isn't he one of the WikiLeaks guys? Isn't he? I'm
not sure about that.
They're all WikiLeaks.
You're talking. I think you're thinking of Chris Cillizza, who's now at CNN. Ryan Lizza is a New Yorker writer.
Okay. So this is the New Yorker, not New York Magazine. Okay, I just want to make sure I got it straight. Okay, this is the Mooch this morning with Chris Cuomo on CNN, whatever it's called.
The fish stinks from the head down, but I can tell you two fish that don't stink. Okay, and that's me and the president. I don't like the activity that's going on in the White House. I don't like what they're doing to my friend. I don't like what they're doing to the President of the United States or their fellow colleagues in the West Wing. Now, if you want to talk about the chief of staff, we have had odds. We have had differences. When I said we were brothers from the podium, that's because we're rough on each other. Some brothers are like Cain and Abel. Other brothers can fight with each other and get along. I don't know if this is repairable or not. That will be up to the president. But he's the chief of staff.
He may have to kill him, in other words.
He's responsible for understanding and uncovering and helping me do that inside the White House, which is why I put that tweet out last night. When the journalists who actually know who the leakers are, like Ryan Lizard, they know the leakers. Jonathan Swain at Axio, these guys know who the leakers are. I respect them for not telling me because I understand and respect journalistic integrity. However, when I put out a tweet and I put Reince's name in the tweet, they're all making the assumption that it's him because journalists know who the leakers are. So if Reince wants to explain that he's not a leaker, let him do that. But let me tell you something about myself. I am a straight shooter.
He's a bleeping straight shooter.
Yeah. Isn't straight shooter one of those things that you don't call yourself? I mean, no one calls it. No one who's a tough guy calls themselves a tough guy. Other people call you a tough guy. And I think the same thing applies to straight shooter. It's not up to you to say you're a straight shooter. It's up to
hold on. This is a double standard you're espousing here on the Howie Carr Show, because earlier when we were talking about your acumen with a firearm, you were calling yourself a straight shooter.
I was that was literally I am a straight shooter.
Okay,
I'm talking about a figurative straight shooter.
Sure.
And,
keep talking.
You know, this is not something like for instance, my mob handle is the trash man. I like it. It's not the best, but it's okay, you know? And the reason it's mine is because it was bestowed upon me by a gangster so I am the I can't decide what my nickname is going to be. Somebody else has to give me the nickname. And somebody else has to say I'm a tough guy or a straight shooter. And the same thing applies to the mooch.
Anybody ever said you were a tough guy?
No. I'm not a tough guy. I sometimes I get things done, but I'm not a tough guy. Anyway, listen, we have a winner in Police Blotter. We have, in Death Pool. We have a winner. Nobody noticed it, and certainly I didn't notice it, but Steve was paying attention. June Foray, she's the voice of Bullwinkle's show, Natasha and Rocky. We have the cut of her, Natasha.
The thunder of jets in an open sky, a streak of gray, and a cheerful...
A loop, a whirl, and a vertical climb, and once again you'll know it's time for the adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle and friends.
Yeah, but we're...
Starring that supersonic speedster, Rocket J. Squirrel, with his pal Bullwinkle the Moose, and a host of others.
Where's Natasha? I wanted to hear Natasha. She died, and it says she's the voice of Natasha and Rocky. A year ago, before the Russian thing, it would have been Rocky and Natasha. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
So the Mexican government is not happy with me, to put it mildly. And again, I respect Mexico, but their leaders are too smart for our leaders because we have stupid leaders, okay? You mean it's not politically correct and yet everybody uses it? All right, so you know what? Give me a different term. Give me a different term. What else would you like to say? Oh, you want me to say that? Okay, so no, I'll use the word anchor baby. Excuse me. I'll use the word anchor baby. They dunk people with a cage. Did you see that? They dunk them and drown them. These people make Saddam Hussein look like a choir boy. I know Anthony Weiner for a long time. I knew before they caught him with the bing, 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 right? And he was a bad guy then. It turned out that he was a really bad guy. I beat the people from China. I win against China. You can win against China if you're smart. But our people don't have a clue.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey guys, it's Grace from the Howie Carr Show. Gifts are always great, but who really needs more stuff? Let's be honest, between Christmas and the New Year, it's hard to come up with a nice way to give a great gift without just regifting that old fruitcake. But luckily, we have the perfect gift idea for you. It's the Howie Carr Show VIP experience. If someone you know is a fan of Howard Lauren's car, then this is the perfect way to celebrate any occasion. Come visit Howie in our brand new studio and watch the entire show. Best part? Well, if you were to ask Howie, he'd probably say the Kowloon. And I can't really disagree. But there is also no other way to see all the behind-the-scenes work that goes into New England's favorite radio show. Get your picture with Howie and a selfie with yours truly. We've had over 100 people enjoy the VIP experience, and the reviews have been stellar. We've even had the occasional guest on air to tell their own funny story to the listeners. So don't delay and buy your VIP experience today at HowieCarShow.com. Click store. HowieCarShow.com. Click store.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
And now one of Howie's biggest fans.
Some of the hats were crocheted, you ignorant Republican. It's pronounced creme de la creme, you stupid Republican. He's 12 years older than me. I wish you'd learn how to speak English. He's 12 years older than I, because you would say he's 12 years older than I am. You wouldn't say he's 12 years older than me am. I wish you would learn English. Go to Mexico, learn English, then climb over this wall that's not going to be built and paid for. Bye. Have you tried the Donald Trump sandwich yet? It's bologna with Russian dressing, a tiny pickle on white. Do you really think everyone of voting age has a driver's license? That shows what an idiot you are. Do you think somebody 97 who wants to vote has a driver's license? You're an idiot. You're the biggest idiot.
He says it because he means it. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Haas in 207 says, this guy's a clown. I give him 6 months and he'll be out. We have a name for big, tough guys like this in the military, and I can't repeat the name. Here, we have a motto, service before self. You don't blow your own horn. Sign of a weak leader. He's patriotic, though, Haas. Don't you understand? Anyway, it's time for the Tool of the Month contest. We give you 3 sound cuts and ask you to vote for who is the biggest tool of the month. And the Tool of the Month is sponsored every last Thursday of each month by Maine Oxy. This month's Tool of the Month contest is brought to you by Maine Oxy's All-American Bundle. Get the Viking All-American helmet and custom Maine Oxy welding jacket, both for only $220, a savings of $95. Maine Oxy, your first choice for gases, welding, and innovative solutions since 1929. And your three choices are Shiva, the guy we had on last week, the Senate candidate, who said, I'm opposed to wife abuse or woman abuse.
I do not support the abuse of women.
Wow, he went out on a limb. And Chuck Schumer, who apparently never goes to a gas station. And he says that the price of gas never goes down. And then there's O.J. Simpson at his parole hearing in Nevada. He said that he's led a conflict-free life.
And right now, Chuck Schumer is actually winning with 46%, followed by Shiva with 40%, and O.J. Simpson bringing up the rear, 14%.
Yeah, OJ got a lot of people were watching that parole hearing, but it was nothing compared to when the verdict was delivered, 20 years ago? 150 million people were watching that. And
it's hard. People don't like sequels.
The parole board hearing, 13.5 million. That's right. That's a bad sequel.
Yeah,
and you're not going to go to the prequel when you go down 90%.
On both occasions, justice served.
Yes, totally.
So anyway, with June Foray being not coming down for breakfast, we will probably have a death pool tomorrow, unless events conspire against it. We'll have a death pool tomorrow. June Foray. Who's the winner, by the way? What area code?
I don't know off the top of my head now.
Okay. Anyway, Grace is here, and she is going to read some stories. We're trying this out as sort of a new segment. We're experimenting around here to see if this
and it's already causing a lot of tension in the office.
Is it?
Yes, it is from you.
From me?
You're giving me stories, and then you're getting mad because you don't think I'm going to read them. So to kick it off, so no one can complain, I'm not going to start with my Justin Bieber. I'm going to start with Howie Carr's choice, which is obviously extremely gross and dark.
Nobody gives a bleep about Justin Bieber. They care
about China does.
They care about body parts in Brockton.
You should give a bleep about Justin Bieber because he's an immigrant to this land. He's from Canada, but he can get a DUI and he never gets deported, never gets kicked out of the country.
We will get to all of this.
Is he a Charlestown woman?
Exactly. He's the same thing. He's a beautiful person. There's a double standard for him because he's a Canuck.
I'm holding this up for the Howie Cam. This story is going to take us to Brockton, where a man was dismembered by his crazy girlfriend, and the family... Oh my God, that was so eerie. That was like misery. The family found him.
It's appropriate for the occasion, as you're about to find out.
So the family goes to the hearing. They did not even realize he was killed until they got there. So they went right.
This is in court. His girlfriend is being arraigned. Yes.
Of his girlfriend, whose name is Catherine Podogorski. So they go, and they're so upset by this that they go to his house to collect his belongings. And while
they run out of the arraignment.
Yeah, crying.
When they find out he's dead.
Yes. Do you want to take
You're
this?
not telling the story very well.
You're not giving me the opportunity.
Well, you've interrupted her like 7 times, and you expect her to tell the story well. Give her some room to breathe.
Okay, now let me set it up, and then I'll give it back to Grace.
Okay, take the reins, Howie. I don't even like this one. Go ahead.
They find out their uncle is dead. Oh no, Uncle, whatever his name is dead. They run out of the courthouse and they say, "Well, let's go to his apartment and pick up our prized uncle's possessions." Okay, so they're in the apartment now, Grace.
And they find out.
Yeah, wait. Sorry. Don't.
Oh, you want to do like
set
theater?
It up. No, set it up. Set it up.
What do you mean set it up? I'm going to say the thing.
They're in the apartment.
They're in the apartment and they're picking up his things.
Yeah.
And they pick up his backpack. And they unzip it because they see a little bit of blood on the zipper. And that's when they find a foot.
The foot pops out.
See, like, I'm just reading these. Howie wants it to be like old-timey theater where you're listening to the soaps on the radio. I didn't realize that. So now, from now on, when I have crimes and things like that, I will do it like theater-esque for you, okay? But that's the story. And then they found the rest of his body in the closet beside the fridge. Really creepy stuff.
And the police had just left all the body parts there.
Yeah, and the guy just bled out. Really disturbing. Are you satisfied with that now?
See, this story's a couple of days old, so the follow-up story was, are they going to investigate why they didn't find the foot in the backpack that was covered with blood?
Wasn't a thorough investigation by any means.
No, they're not going to even have an investigation of why the first investigation was botched.
The family should be hired by the police because they're figuring out more than they did. Now on to my next story, which is a little bit lighter. Okay, so we all know Bernie Sanders is probably cheap just because of his political leanings, but now we're finding out that his neighbor. Did you read this already?
Yes.
His neighbor.
When I was growing up 400 years ago.
We've been talking about this for 3 days, Grace.
Oh gosh.
Bernie the full of shit.
Okay, so what is it? Deliver the news then. What is it?
He's been allegedly been stealing his neighbor's Sunday Washington Post.
I'm really not listening back there. I did not ever hear you guys talk about this.
I roamed and rambled. I followed my footsteps.
Oh, Bernie.
Said I picked up my neighbor's Amazon Washington Post.
But like that's so cheap. You're stealing a newspaper? How much are newspapers? Like 25 cents?
I mean, they're almost cheaper than
25 cents. They're like Sunday Post now is like $5.
Oh my God.
They're
I would
cheaper
never.
than Tupperware.
The only one I'd ever buy is the Boston Herald.
They're cheaper
That's
than
only
Tupperware.
$2
Who would ever
on
steal?
Sunday.
Who would ever steal Tupperware?
Are you trying to get something off your chest?
Oh no, I'm just saying. Who would like steal Tupperware from an office kitchen?
Whatever empty Tupperware there is, I grab it.
You do steal all the Tupperware.
You're gonna drag Bernie Sanders for stealing the Washington Post when Grace and I's Tupperware just goes missing all the time.
And you steal like all the different sizes. You stick everything in Tupperware. The other day I was throwing out like 7 potato chips and you stuck them in a tiny Tupperware container.
7 potato chips in a thing of Tupperware.
They were delicious too. I had them for lunch today.
You probably microwave them.
Go ahead.
Okay, my next story is super sad. There was this beloved manatee named Snooty, and he was really old. He was
Snoot doggy dog.
Snoot doggy dog. He was 69 years old, and he died in a horrible, horrible accident where I believe he ran into a sewage system and he died. And it was so sad. But the weird part...
all over Florida, they have those signs, watch out for manatees.
Yeah. When I was in 6th grade, I did a project, Save the Manatee.
I'm just going to say this. Manatees are dumb.
What do you mean?
It's just a big floating blob. I don't get the fascination with manatees. They just need to go. They just need to
They're
die
the cows
out.
of the ocean.
They're
what do you mean
sea
they're dumb?
mammals.
Yeah, but they don't produce.
They're
They don't produce milk.
mammals.
They don't produce milk. You can't get a cheeseburger out of the sea cow.
I can get a
Manatees are
cheeseburger
dumb.
out of you. I don't think you're dumb.
Manatees are dumb. They should just all die.
I like manatees.
I love manatees. Are you kidding me? Well, the people in Florida, in Bradenton, Florida, love this manatee so much. They want to take down the Confederate statue and replace it with Snooty the manatee. Howie, what do you think about that?
I don't like that.
You don't like that?
No.
But look at him.
Howie's a big fan of Confederate statues.
Okay, now also I want to ask, this is a little quiz. Do you guys know who the richest person in the world is as of today?
Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, we both know that, Grace.
Oh, okay. Well, moving on to the next one then. Did you know?
She just really doesn't appreciate our paying
What is
attention
this,
to the news.
yesterday's news? Yesterday's news
You guys
tomorrow
are so
with Grace.
harsh.
Hey, breaking news. You know who won the election in November, Howie? Have you been following this story? And do you know what Sean Spicer's up to these days?
Okay, do you know what Megyn Kelly's new show is going to be called?
The Titanic.
No.
Megyn Kelly in the morning.
Megyn Kelly today.
Oh, wow. That's so creative.
But I think it's going to be weird because she's going to...
she's on NBC, and it follows the Today Show. So they're calling it Megyn Kelly. Oh, I wonder how much they paid a consultant to come up with that.
I'm thinking that there's going to be a couple of days where it's the letter day. They're going to misspell it so that the Nielsen rankings don't catch her tanking.
Yeah. Megyn Kelly Toady.
Yeah, but you know what I don't understand is that she's going to be going up against Kelly Ripa, who kind of has like a big following. Why would they have the show with the same Kelly in it?
781 says, career's not in Grace's future, storytelling. And 508.
That's the best story that's been in the Herald.
Howie, do you want to know why I don't?
508,
in 2 weeks.
Two different texters from 508 and one from 207 confirm that manatees taste good.
Okay, can I just say this? Howie wonders why I don't choose to read his stories. It's because no matter how I deliver it, he always feels I'm not doing it right because he wants to do it.
You have to.
That's why I don't let you read the police blotters.
You have to admit that his presentation was better, though.
Yeah, because he sounded like the guy in Boston Blackie that he makes me listen to. Oh my God, there's something in the backpack.
You know what I think? I think we need to.
That's Uncle Joe's foot.
I think she needs some homework. I think you need to prescribe her some homework. So she needs to go listen to Boston Blackie. So
Steve.
She can understand how to tell these.
I think you're wrong. Now let's get to the
stories.
real breaking news of the week, which we all know the texters are going to light up with. We don't care, Grace. This is stupid. Well, guess what? I care, and some people out there do care. Justin Bieber hit a paparazzi person with his car. He could be arrested.
I'm typing it out. We don't care, Grace.
But you should care. Why does an immigrant from Canada get to go driving around hitting American paparazzo?
I'm sorry, but
he's only hitting the American paparazzi that Americans don't bother hitting.
China has banned Justin Bieber. Why can't we ban Justin Bieber? Deport him. If you get a DUI in America, they won't let you into Canada. Why?
Did he get a
we
DUI?
need some reciprocity. Yes. He's on a one-man crime spree. Send him back to Toronto or wherever.
Okay, well, this actually goes with that. People leaving, not necessarily the country, but people are leaving the Northeast. And I wanted to tell you guys that the main reasons people are leaving the Northeast are, now this is really going to shock you, the horrendous weather and the jobs. And so everybody's leaving. And I just wanted to know if you guys have ever thought about, you're giving me such bad vibes right now.
You mean how many minutes has it been since I've thought about moving out?
Obviously,
since the last time I looked down at 128 and saw the traffic in total gridlock on a July afternoon.
Why don't you move out?
Howie has the thermal output of a 70-year-old grandmother.
Yeah.
He's wearing, how many shirts are you wearing right now, Howie? Like 3?
Just
at
two.
least?
Just 2.
No sweatshirt today?
No sweatshirt today.
It's nice and warm in here, though. But yeah, everybody's leaving, and they're trying to, I don't think you really need to do a study why. It's obvious it stinks around here.
I still hit traffic on my way to work, so not everybody's leaving.
I know. And then lastly, actually, I have a couple more, but I just want to say, I know, Howie, that this one, you don't really get the Lyft thing, but so there's Uber and there's Lyft. And
I understand that.
Yeah, no, I know you get that much. But now Lyft just did this promotion where they were offering like drunk people. They said, from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m., if you get picked up in a Lyft, we'll take you through Taco Bell. And it was like this big idea. It was called Taco Mode.
Do you have to pay extra if they don't take you through Taco Bell?
No, I don't think so. And so they said, we'll take you through. And then the Lyft drivers said, oh my God, this is such a disaster. There's tacos, there's taco meat, there's sour cream everywhere in my seats. I'm not doing this anymore. But they have to.
You don't expect people to eat it, do you?
It's all like the stoners, I think, at 2 a.m. So it was a huge fail.
I can see why. I've never thought to, I'm hungry. I think I'll go to Taco Bell.
You're not a Taco Bell guy?
No. Do they? How about Chipotle?
Chipotle doesn't do it.
I'm Howie Carr.
The Howie Carr Show continues next.
Hey, all you guys out there, can we talk about something personal? Your hair. Life is too short to always be fretting about your hair. Is the bald spot growing? Do people notice my comb over? The answer to that one is, of course they do. But you can solve your hair problems once and for all. Do what I did. Get a DiStefano hair restoration. After my DiStefano IGT procedure, my hair is thicker, my bald spots are gone, and no more comb over. My hair looks great now thanks to DiStefano hair restoration. I don't mind looking at my hair in the mirror anymore. Check out my hair for yourself on the Howie Cam or at my book signings. Get in touch with DiStefano Hair Restoration today. Call 800-858-HAIR. That's 800-858-HAIR. 800-858-HAIR or visit hairman.com.
As you may have heard, this summer while we're busy supplying New England with our wicked awesome Maine-made windows, we here at Matthews Brothers are also giving away 10 wicked awesome fishing trips with the one and only Captain Dave Marciano aboard the functional yet stylish fishing vessel Hard Merchandise. And all you have to do to qualify is follow us on Facebook. Well, Mr. Man, thanks to Captain Dave, we're now friends with people from exotic, faraway places with strange-sounding names like Uzbekistan, Morocco, and Midlothian, Virginia. We don't like to brag, but one of our new friends is a Nigerian prince who's about to send us a large sum of money after we send him just one more deposit. And the single thing that bonds us all together is our undying passion for good old Matthews Brothers and the 163-year-old tradition of providing not only wicked awesome Maine-made windows, but more importantly, our trademark wow customer service. Seriously, it's actually trademark. You can learn more than you ever thought you'd want to know about windows and everything Matthews, including how you can win one of 10 trips with America's favorite captain, but only at Better Lumberyards and Window Professionals, or on the web at MatthewsBrothers.com. Matthews Brothers with one T. America's oldest window manufacturer.
We could play another commercial.
We've come to Liberty Safe to give you some information on what to look for when you're buying an entry-level safe. We're here with Jamie Skousen from Liberty Safe. Jamie, tell me about it.
Well, what we have here is 3 entry-level safes.
Okay.
They're between $500 and $600.
Okay.
What we wanted to do today is to put them to the test on a pry test to see how strong they are.
Well, let's put them to the pry test. We're going to give it 5 minutes on each one, give them
That's
5
correct.
minutes to get in. We'll speed it up for the viewers and see what happens when we really put this thing to the pry test and see if we can get these doors open.
We're going to tip them over, and we've got 2 big, strong engineers that are going to go at it.
All right, let's do it. All right, we've got the big guys and the big pry bars. Let's get it started. Go! The frame of the body is bending.
Whoa, we're open.
All right, 39 seconds.
Wow.
39 seconds is a lot faster than 5 minutes. And this thing is open. You can see how this thing bent. All right, let's do safe number 2. On your mark, get set, go. As they say, the corner is actually really a weak point of the safe. What the? All right, 21 seconds, and they got that sucker open. All right, now let's see if we can get the Liberty Safe open. On your mark, get set, go. And now for the Liberty Safe. And these guys promised me they're really gonna try to get it open. This is the Liberty Safe. It has 5 bars that are 4 inches long each. So like Jamie was saying, they have more surface area to grip on the body of the safe. I think we're going to have to speed this up a little bit. 3 minutes. Yeah, maybe. And 5 minutes.
Whoa!
5 minutes.
Look at them.
You saw it. That's the pry test. 5-minute pry test, couldn't get open. And that is why you need to buy quality. Liberty Safe, made in the USA.
.com.
Have you seen Howie's latest t-shirts and sweatshirts? Grab one now at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
We could do an hour a day, maybe 2 hours a day on fake news. Just fake news stories. CNN had a big report a couple of days ago on Russians were supplying arms to the Taliban that they were using against Americans, or so they said. Making it seem like, well, Trump's friend Putin is providing arms to the Taliban to kill the military. So, John Keller's son, Jared Keller, he's he writes for, he's a freelance writer for a bunch of magazines, including some military magazines. He got a look at the story. Fake news. These guns are all knockoffs that are made in Afghanistan, Pakistan, all the stands. It's all BS.
Plus, they didn't have anything to establish the link of the Russians actually providing the arms. They just had a picture.
Right, but what I'm saying is most of these guns are knockoffs anyway. They don't even know if they're Russian. And they're all old guns, too, which makes it even less likely that the Russians are, like, shipping them in like yesterday.
I think it would be a bigger deal, not just that they're Russian arms, but that the Russians were arming them. Even if they're giving them American-made weapons.
Yeah.
And CNN had nothing to back that up.
Yeah. It was just another way to take a shot at Donald Trump. I mean, it had no relation to reality. It was totally ungrounded in factual reporting. So then, now we've got a story from that. When I want hard-hitting investigative journalism, if Rolling Stone magazine is not available at the dentist's office, I go to GQ when I'm waiting for my haircut. GQ, Gentleman's Quarterly. So they have a story this month. Inside Trump International Hotel, the Mecca of Trumpism. It's very familiar. I was there last weekend. It's a very, very nice hotel. So they bring in this woman comes in. She's a Russian, by the way. She's a Russian. I guess GQ is colluding with the Russians. She's a contributing writer for the New York Times magazine. Oh, well, she must be truthful. It's the New York Times magazine. That's where Mark Leibovitz works, the guy who runs all of his stories past John Podesta and the Hillary Clinton campaign to make sure that he's not writing anything that would offend him. So she's got this story about how all these deplorables and irredeemables, when they come into Washington to meet with members of the Trump administration, they stay at the Trump International Hotel. You know what? I stayed there because it was cheaper. It's not as expensive as some of the other. It's expensive, but it's not. It's close. But it's not as expensive as some of the other in-close hotels because they don't get all the denizens of the swamp staying there.
The texters are pointing out an important fact here. When you're in the dentist's office waiting to get your hair cut,
I said
Dr. Houghton cuts hair too.
No. I first said I was in the dentist's office, and then I thought GQ is not in the dentist's office. It's in the barber shop.
Is it?
So
though?
I changed.
I don't think I've ever seen GQ magazine anywhere other than maybe on the rack at the grocery
I think I
store.
saw it once in like 1978 in the barber shop. You're right. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen Gentleman's Quarterly anywhere probably since about like 1994.
I can tell you, I've never bought one.
I can second that.
It's not as good as Maxim magazine.
I wouldn't know.
Have you ever seen Maxim?
I know what it is.
Oh, okay.
I know what it is. I sometimes read the Media Inc. column in the New York Post. It's been reported going out of business about as often as Reince Priebus has been rumored to be fired. But anyway, well, we will tell you about there is a real whopper in this story. I mean, it's just silly. It's a stupid mistake, and it involves the state of Maine, and we'll tell you about it on the other side. Hang on, everybody. I'm Howie Carr.
And now, 60 seconds of liberals freaking out over the election of Donald J. Trump.
You're awake, by the way. You're not having a terrible, terrible dream. Also, you're not dead and you haven't gone to hell. This is your life now. This is our election now. This is us. This is our country.
This is a different Earth today than it was 24 hours ago. It's a different place. It just is different.
The woman who President Obama called the most qualified person ever to run for the White House couldn't break through. The question remains, who can?
Deeper concerns tonight that the world's shining light of democracy has gone dark.
Decency lost last night, and that's what's so hurtful about this.
This was a white lash. This was a white lash against a changing country. It was a white lash against a black president in part. And that's the part where the pain comes.
How do we explain how this is possible?
How did this happen?
Trump derangement syndrome. It's a real thing, folks.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
The Howie Carr Show continues next. We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
I'm getting older and noticing that my body just doesn't work as well as it used to. So I like to keep fit as possible by hitting the gym a few times a week. Recently, I started having a nagging bicep pain, and it got so bad I couldn't even lift the weights. When I was complaining about it to a friend, he told me about Angioprim. He said chelation helps remove toxins, heavy metals, and cholesterol in veins and arteries that may cause blockages. You know, after just 1 week of taking Angioprim, the pain was gone, and now I'm back in the gym full strength. Scientific research proves the active ingredient in Angioprim has superior oral chelation action that helps promote cardiovascular health. So to learn more, go to angioprim.com. That's ANGIOPRIM.com, or talk to a trained consultant. Call Angioprim toll free at 877-882-7221. You'll feel better with more energy. Call 877-882-7221 or go to the website angioprim.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
You know, they say when you do this kind of an event, you always start out with a self-deprecating joke. Some people think this would be tough for me, but the truth is... The truth is I'm actually a modest person, very modest. It's true. In fact, many people tell me that modesty is perhaps my best quality. I'd like to address an important religious matter, the issue of going to confession, or as Hillary calls it, the 4th of July weekend with FBI Director Comey.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Would odors, mold, and mildew describe your basement or crawl space? It doesn't have to be that way. Transform them into a fresh, healthy, usable one with the technologically advanced Wave Moisture Control Units. The computerized operation maximizes moisture control and also expels harmful radon, combustion gases, and numerous other pollutants. Dehumidifiers are old technology that do nothing for air quality and waste energy. Wave units are intelligent, self-monitoring, do not need maintenance, and will save you hundreds in electricity. Wave units are still running effectively over 15 years. They've been tested and installed in public and military housing and by property managers nationwide. Buy a unit now, and if your home is not fresher and drier, you can return it for a full refund for up to 12 months. What have you got to lose? Call now. 1-888-618-WAVE. 1-888-618-WAVE. Or visit mydryhome.com. That's mydryhome.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
We could play another commercial, or we could play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
We have proven that we can actually be civil to each other. In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally bumped into me, and she very civilly said, "Pardon me." I know Hillary met my campaign manager, and I got the chance to meet the people who are working so hard to get her elected. There they are, the heads of NBC, CNN, CBS, ABC. There's the New York Times right over there, and the Washington Post. They're working overtime. True.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hi, this is Andrea from Ever So Humble Pie Company in East Walpole. Well, it's that time of year when comfort food is king. And now, in addition to our delectable dessert pies, we're offering home-style classics like chicken pot pie, shepherd's pie, and Canadian meat pie. Simply turn on your oven and you'll have a wholesome, hearty meal. Pick up a fruit pie while you're here, and you've got dinner and dessert from Ever So Humble Pie Company. For more information, call us at 508-660-9731 or visit us at eversohumble.com. That's eversohumble.com.
It's here, Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal. Kennedy Babylon is a whirlwind tour of scandals from the days of the Kennedy clan's rabidly anti-Semitic patriarch to the death of JFK Jr. Ann Coulter says Howie Carr is making Kennedy books great again. You'll love the never-before-seen images of the Kennedy family in Howie Carr's latest book, Kennedy Babylon, A Century of Depravity and Scandal.
Gentleman's Quarterly, that font of vital breaking news. The Bible of the barbershop is smearing Sean Hannity with fake news. They say the Fox News host ran up a $40,000 tab at Trump International in D.C. It's a great hotel, but there's one little detail of the story that shows it's all a bunch of very, very fake news.
Live from an undisclosed location.
One of the most famous men in New England.
Conservative radio host Howie Carr.
The legendary Howie.
Who do you love?
We love Howie Carr.
Howie Carr.
Howie Carr. We love you, Howie.
Rump swabs, hacks, and moonbats beware. It's Howie Carr.
Welcome to the Howie Carr Show, 844-500-4242 if you'd like to join us here this afternoon, every weekday afternoon. I'll tell you about this story in Gentleman's Quarterly, GQ, and it's written by someone who works for the New York Times Magazine, another font of great journalism that you may find in your, your nail salon, perhaps. So this woman hangs out in the bar, which is a nice bar, by the way, at the Trump International Hotel. I wanted to tweet out a picture of myself. They have these giant TV screens, and I was going to have a picture of myself in front of the TV screen pointing backwards and saying, "Hey, how come I can't get CNN on these channels?" But we couldn't put it together, so we passed on it. But anyway, this woman hangs out and she talks to a waiter at the bar. And she's probably just tipping him and getting a little tipsy. And he tells her all these stories. So here's what she says. She's talking about the inauguration weekend. That weekend, according to one forthcoming waiter. Oh, this good source, right? Fox News host Sean Hannity ran up a $42,000 tab in the restaurant, which included the cost of flying in an 8-pound, 70-year-old lobster from Maine. Fox News denied the story. Steve, why do you think Fox News denied the story?
Because I think it's a whole load of crap.
I didn't know you could take an 8-pound lobster out of Maine.
You can't. And that's just the thing. So we were tweeting about it because anybody who's from Maine or who's ever been on a lobster boat knows that there are very strict regulations about the size of the lobster you can take. Like in Massachusetts, I mean, they don't have any respect for the fishery. You guys,
the crustacean.
Yeah, I mean,
community.
The people in Massachusetts, they don't like sustainable fisheries for some reason, so they can take any size of lobster. But in Maine, they have to take. There's a size limit to the size of a lobster that you can take. And some of us were tweeting about this, and a Bangor Daily News reporter started investigating to try and vindicate the report,
the very fake news.
Exactly. Look, oh well, no, he could get it from this place or that place. So there are some companies that will mail you a lobster, but they're not taken from Massachusetts. They're not a Maine lobster. It could be like a Massachusetts or a Canadian lobster.
I don't think there are too many 8-pound lobsters out there.
70-year-old 8-pound lobster. That's what a 70-year-old 8-pound lobster just for Sean Hannity. And did he eat the entire thing himself too?
What is he? Do they think he's like an emir from or a sultan from one of the Gulf states?
The emir of Fox News.
Why would he just not order? Give me 10 lobsters for my party. I mean, isn't that what you would do?
I mean, I've never eaten a 70-year-old lobster, but I imagine it kind of gets tough at some point, doesn't it? I mean, when a lobster's got a lot of years on it.
When I worked at the Colony Hotel in the Marine Room in Kennebunkport, Maine, we had a stuffed lobster who's called King Kazani or something like that. He supposedly was 22 pounds. He was big. But I mean, that was he was back from like the 40s or the 30s.
And the other thing is, though, after 70 years, don't you think it would be bigger than 8 pounds?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't think King can. So if the 70-year-old lobster was 8 pounds, then King Kanazi, or the one that was in the Marine Room at the Colony, he must have been like 200 years old, or he would have been.
None of it makes any sense. And the Bangor Daily News reporter actually called some of these places that claim to sell 8-pound Maine lobsters, and they'll ship them to you. And none of them do business with Trump International.
Yeah. More fake news.
Very fake news.
I'm glad Sean called him out on it. You want a sob story? Do we have a violin? But can I have some violins here? This is from the Herald today. The rape murder suspect who doesn't speak English out in Worcester County, who killed the young Google executive in Princeton. He's struggling to cope. A Worcester man. He's a Worcester man who doesn't speak English. Accused of brutally murdering a Princeton jogger was ordered held without bail yesterday after his lawyer said his client is struggling to cope with the reality of the charge he's facing. It's very difficult. Very difficult. Attorney Edward P. Ryan Jr. told reporters following the brief proceeding in Worcester Superior Court. He doesn't speak any English. He's never been involved in any court process before at all, and he is quite nervous and frightened. Angelo Colon Ortiz, originally from Puerto Rico, pleaded not guilty through an interpreter while standing behind a door inside the courtroom. Ryan asked that Colon Ortiz be kept out of sight, although he had appeared months ago at a district court arraignment due to possible identification issues. He is charged with a single count of first-degree murder, this very sensitive individual who doesn't speak English. In the death of Vanessa Marcotte, he was held without bail and scheduled to return to court August 24th for a pretrial conference. In spite of what's been reported, he stands innocent before the law, presumed to be innocent, Ryan said outside the courtroom. Who's paying more for Angelo Colon Ortiz's defense? Angelo Colon Ortiz or you and me? You don't have to answer. We both know the answer to that question. He is accused of killing Marcotte last summer while the 27-year-old Google executive went for a run during a family visit in Princeton. They say he's from Puerto Rico, but my understanding is he's 31. He didn't have a driver's license till he was 30. That's usually the profile of an imposter, as Officer Scott calls him. Being a Puerto Rican, he's an American citizen. Most American citizens get their driver's licenses when they're about, 16, 17, maybe 18 tops. Very few people get a driver's license when they're 30 years old. Maybe if you live in New York City. So I called the DA's office out in Worcester. I was trying to figure out if this guy is really Angelo Colon Ortiz from Puerto Rico, or maybe there's something else that's been discovered in the months since he's been held without bail in the Worcester County Jail. But guess what? When the phone didn't ring, I knew it was Joe Early Jr. or his minion. So we'll keep on that tomorrow. We're going to we'll take a call. Okay, does he want to not do it? He wants to talk about the Hillary Clinton book? I don't know. Let's take the quick call here. Nick, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Nick.
Hey, Howie, just a quickie on the Hillary book. Come on. Although I am hearing surreptitiously that she might be admitting somewhat that she eventually she has herself to blame. But just to get back to Priebus, I'm betting $100 that Priebus is the leaker. He's a heavy-duty Depends guy. However,
I don't think there's one. There's not just Nick. There's not just one leaker.
Oh, there's a few. Yeah,
there's a lot.
But what I'm also betting is I'm doubling down on that money, betting the house money on the winning of that bet. That he's also the guy that recommended Rosenstein, that rat.
Yeah, I don't know who he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that would be in the same social circles with Rosenstein. Rosenstein is Harvard Law and he's Justice Department, whereas Reince Priebus is a Midwesterner who's moves in those establishment Republican circles. They seem to be totally different. I don't know. The question is setup. I don't know who the hell represents. That's a really good question, Nick. Though,
why would you fish for a lawyer out of Maryland of all places? That says
I mean, why would you? I think the more important thing, Nick, the more important question is, why would you fish for a lawyer out of the Justice Department, knowing that the Justice Department is more corrupt now than it's ever been in the history of the United States of America? I mean, wouldn't you want somebody?
Howie,
yeah.
Could you? I apologize to interrupt you. I thought you were done. But real quickly, could you explain to me what the hell Mueller was doing during the Fast and Furious? He was the FBI director still. What was he doing during the IRS investigation? Talk about collusion to interfere in an election because they were knocking out the Tea Party. Was it the
the IRS? The IRS. That's different. Fast and Furious was the gun running, and then the IRS. He was involved. He didn't do anything with the IRS though either. I mean. He was a guy who didn't make a lot of waves at the FBI in spite of massive corruption in D.C. There's always massive corruption, and it just keeps getting worse and worse. He was brought into Boston U.S. Attorney's office by Bill Weld. I mean, that in and of itself should be enough to forget the fact that he went to prep school with John Kerry. I mean, that should disqualify him right there. But, being a friend of Bill Weld, I mean, I don't, I know he was a decent governor. He had to clean up a big mess when he succeeded Dukakis, but he's gone soft in the squash just since then. If he's friendly with Mueller, Weld and Mueller are friends. I don't want anything to do with Mueller. Thanks for the call, Nick. Up next, we're going to talk about Hillary's new book. What happened? I'm Howie Carr.
Hang on. The Howie Carr Show returns next.
Howie Carr here. A couple of questions for you. Where do you keep your prized possessions and your guns when you're going away? Who is safeguarding them? If you own gold, jewelry, or guns, you need a Liberty safe. They're the best-selling safes. I own a Liberty safe, and I love mine. It's made in the USA with the best materials and craftsmanship. Now offering 0% financing for 12 months. You can be confident with a Liberty safe. It will protect your valuables for a lifetime. Visit New Hampshire's largest Liberty safe dealer online at libertysafenh.com.
This is the Real Deal Report with Jeff Deal, who led the successful grassroots effort to repeal automatic gas tax hikes.
I'm Jeff Deal, candidate for United States Senate. Illegal immigration is not only a public safety problem, but it's also costly for hardworking taxpayers. The Commonwealth spends an estimated $1.8 billion per year on taxpayer-funded benefits. Allowing sanctuary cities and failing to secure our borders will add to that burden. Senator Elizabeth Warren doesn't side with us. She doesn't deserve another 6 years. It's time for a new senator who will secure our borders, support the wall, and stand up for the taxpayers.
Help Jeff Deal defeat Elizabeth Warren. Go to dealforsenate.com. Paid for and authorized by Deal for U.S. Senate.
Are you looking for a pre-owned car? Well, before you go to the dealership where you'll be pounced on by pushy salespeople, give the Car Guys a try. I'm Bill Papageorge, and my job is to make finding the perfect used car as easy as possible. That means I do all of the tough legwork for you. Once I figure out what you want out of a car, I go find it. I've been in this business for a long time, and I know what to look out for. I won't bring you a car unless I know it will meet or exceed your expectations. So give me a call at 800-300-4600. That is 800-300-4600.
Summer is here, and when on the Cape, think Cape Gunworks in Hyannis. Cape Gunworks for couples every Friday night. For $65, enjoy gun rental, lane rental, boxes of ammo, protection gear, and 2 targets. Have fun at Cape Gunworks and then go out to dinner after. Couples night every Friday at Cape Gunworks. CapeGunworks.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
I say, hey, wait a minute. He didn't leave the country. He wasn't out of the country. Then Michael Cohen of the Trump Organization was in Prague. It turned out to be a different Michael Cohen. It's a disgrace what took place. It's a disgrace. And I think they ought to apologize to start with Michael Cohen.
Sir, since you're attacking us, can you give us a question? Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Mr. President-elect, since you are attacking our news organization, can you give us a chance?
Your organization.
You are attacking our news organization. Can you give us a chance to ask a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir, can you state, Mr. President-elect,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically, Mr. President-elect, can you give us a question? You're attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you give us a question?
I'm not going to give you a question.
Can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir,
go ahead.
Can you state categorically that nobody... No, Mr. President-elect, that's not appropriate.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Hey there, quick question for you. Would you be okay with more energy, more endurance, thicker, healthier hair, a better mood, reduced appearance of wrinkles, improved sleep, improved blood pressure and cholesterol profiles, improved vision, improved memory? Okay then. Well now, have you heard of Nature's Youth RSF? It's from the anti-aging experts at nature'syouth.com. Nature'syouth.com. See, at Nature's Youth, they understand exactly what it means to provide top-quality health products. And Nature's Youth customers not only improve their health, they know they're also providing their body with the right nourishment to maintain that peak performance and fight the aging process. If health, wellness, and nutrition are what you desire, choose Nature's Youth RSF. I did. You see, you're going to get older. It's just up to you how you feel when you get there. Get started today. Nature's Youth RSF. Simple to use, simple to order. Go to nature'syouth.com. That's nature'syouth.com. nature'syouth.com.
Hi, this is Howie Carr, attorney at law. Are you a white male who voted for Donald Trump? Do you have a Make America Great sweatshirt or a hat? Have you had a beer since November the 8th? If you answered yes to one or more of the above questions, there's a good chance that you are soon going to be charged with committing a fake hate crime. Will you be ready, you uneducated redneck? When you get charged with committing a fake hate crime, will you be ready? You need reasonable doubt at a reasonable price. And that's where Howie Carr, attorney at law, Esquire, comes in. Call me at 1-800-FAKE-HRC. 1-800-FAKE-HRC, and we will get you some legal insurance for when it inevitably occurs and you're charged with a fake hate crime.
Grace Curley is giving you her take on the news of the day. Read Grace's latest column at HowieCarrShow.com. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Today's poll question is brought to you by Casper. Get a Casper mattress and sleep as cool as the other side of the pillow every night. Try yours for 100 nights risk-free. Go to Casper.com and use code Howie for $50 towards the purchase of your mattress. Terms and conditions apply. Steve, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Is Reince Priebus a leaker?
I agree with the mooch. Yes, indeed, he is.
76% say yes. And I was just thinking, would anyone be surprised if it turned out that President Trump was doing a good amount of the leaking? Just calling up New York Times reporters and be like, oh, by the way, I'm having Bill Shine over for dinner.
He has a guy named Barron. That's his
secret, yes. I forgot about his
Mr. Barron.
His PR guy who was with him in the 80s,
his
calling up the tabloids to brag about him.
He likes that name Barron. He liked that name as his nom de plume that he named his youngest son Barron. All right. 844-500-4242. Now, you know that Hillary is, I don't believe that this book is going to be any different than the other door stoppers that she's written in the past that nobody has ever read. I mean, we've joked before about how, nobody ever read any of Barack Obama's books because they didn't get to the fact that he ate dogs for 8 years, even though the book sold about 1 million copies. Nobody ever noticed it till someone was writing a biography about him. But I think...
well, it was the dog part was buried in the book.
Yeah, on page 38. Yeah. So nobody even started to read the book. But I think that Barack Obama's books are all dog-eared and, the spines are broken. They've been passed around compared to Hillary's books. I can't imagine anyone ever even attempting to read a Hillary Clinton book. And I don't think this is going to be any different. Maybe the company, Simon & Schuster, is trying to, avoid losing $10 million on this book. Maybe they just want to cut the losses to a more manageable $4 or $5 million by promoting that she's going to come clean about what happened in, there's the title, right? What happened in 2016. So we're going to try to get some titles from you that could improve on what happened. And we had some earlier in the day. Text them in again at 680.
But as we were discussing earlier, if she knew what happened, wouldn't she be living in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue right now?
Yeah.
So this is like reading a book about how to fly an airplane from someone who's never flown an airplane.
Yeah. She obviously has no sense. I mean, in so many ways. I mean, how can you go? I mean, not campaigning in all those states that she lost, that she thought were the blue wall. But I think the biggest mistake she made was calling everybody deplorables. I still think about that. The fact that I was at the opening of the Trump headquarters in Massachusetts the next day. It was she said it on Friday night in Manhattan. I think it was at Carnegie Hall. She was having a fundraiser. And the next afternoon, there were hundreds of people there for the opening of the Trump headquarters. And, we didn't have the Proud to Be Deplorable T-shirts out yet, but we would have them out within 24 hours. So people were just cutting out pieces of paper and putting deplorable or Proud to Be Deplorable on in Sharpie, so people could read it. And then attaching them to their shirt or their coat with a paper clip or a safety pin. I mean, that was so big. I mean, everybody, she wanted to shame people by calling them deplorables, and people were proud, as the T-shirt said, they were proud to be deplorable. She had no idea. And the other thing, she had no idea. They still have all that confetti that was going to come down out of the sky. They had how much did they spend? They spent $1 million or $2 million on fireworks that they were going to put out. Over the East River? I think it was. To celebrate her breaking of the ultimate glass ceiling.
Be grossly generalistic. You could put half of Trump's supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
Hey, that's good. That's good. So he has half the country, and so you're saying half of the half, so that's 25% of the country. There's 330 million people. So you're talking about basically 80 million people. She's just written off 80 million people.
Basket of deplorables.
That's really good. All right, so we'll just give you a few here, and if you want to text them in or call in, 844-500-4242. How to spend $1 billion without really trying. What is this Wisconsin that you speak of?
Here's my question. What kind of genius loses $1 billion in a single year?
Someone who's named after the first person to climb to the top of Mount Everest? That would be my answer. Trumped. Bleach bitch. Oh, that's good. His name was Seth Rich. I came up with one. Tales from Comet Pizza by Hillary Clinton is told to Alex Jones. We came, we saw, they died. Oh, close, but no cigar. Get it? Get it? Scott, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Scott.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I don't really have a title, but I do want to say that this would probably be the shortest book if she really thought about it. Maybe a page, maybe two. That's how she lost. I mean, I don't know how many pages she could make up how she thinks she lost, but I didn't need a Russian telling me how I needed to vote for anybody. So
I know. I just thought of some examples of her truthfulness in earlier books, but we'll get right to it. 844-500-4242. What should the title of Hillary's book be? I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
And I've known Hillary for a long time. This is the first time ever, that Hillary is sitting down and speaking to major corporate leaders and not getting paid for it. We've learned so much from WikiLeaks. For example, Hillary believes that it's vital to deceive the people by having one public policy and a totally different policy in private. Now, I'm told Hillary went to confession before tonight's event, but the priest was having a hard time when he asked her about her sins, and she said she couldn't remember 39 times.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but are they really? Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance keeps you informed by posting the voting records of our elected officials. You can log on to our website at massfiscal.org. Click Scorecard to see how your legislator is voting on Beacon Hill. And while you're there, make a donation. And be sure to join our email list so you can stay up to date with the latest information on what's happening at the State House with Massachusetts Fiscal Alliance.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance, Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, I'm Howie Carr, and I'm here with Rick Green of the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Wow, Mass Fiscal is really driving the Moonbats crazy.
Who knew putting voting records online would be so controversial? Many legislators claim to be for lower taxes and government transparency, but they sure don't vote that way.
Your group is just what this state needs. How can the listeners help you guys?
Just have them visit our website at www.massfiscal.org. They can join our email list and donate if they like. And of course, make sure they check out our scorecard to see how their legislators voted.
Paid for by the Mass Fiscal Alliance. Rick Green, Chairman.
Hi, folks. In a world of GMO, genetically modified organisms, that is, chemicals, processed foods, and a healthcare system that's unraveling like a cheap suit, it's time to prepare. God created herbs, and herbs help man. Our body can heal itself, just sometimes we need assistance. You need some help? GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Our mild detox is quite powerful with its unique blend of 8 different herbs. And if you're looking for more, our non-GMO supplements will help you with different needs you might have. Health should be a top priority. Take care of your health naturally. Log on to GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Give your body a treat. Let the herbs do their thing naturally. Read all the testimonies on the website, GetTheTea.com. That's GetTheTea.com. Sickness and viruses are like intruders. Herbs are like warriors. Let the tea work for you. That's GetTheTea.com.
And now, 6 fun facts in 60 seconds with Grace Curley.
If your dog's feet smell like corn chips, you're not alone. The term Frito feet was coined to describe the scent. Ew. Officials in Portland, Oregon drained 8 million gallons of water from a reservoir in 2012 because a drunk 21-year-old peed in it. Also ew. There's a basketball court above the Supreme Court. It's known as the highest court in the land. If you start counting at 1 and spell out the numbers as you go, you won't use the letter A until you reach 1,000. Wendy's founder Dave Thomas dropped out of high school but picked up his GED in 1993. His GED class voted him most likely to succeed. William McKinley was on the $500 bill, Grover Cleveland was on the $1,000 bill, and James Madison was on the $5,000 bill.
This has been 6 fun facts with Grace Curley in 60 seconds. Check out Grace's latest posts, pictures, and tweets at HowieCarrShow.com. Howie is saving you 50% off your favorite products and services. Howie's Cheap Bastard Deal. Thursdays at 3:30. Get to HowieCarrShow.com. Click deals. Now, back to Howie Carr.
Eight 844-500-4242, 844-500-4242. That's the toll-free number of the Howie Carr Show if you'd like to join us here. And it's time for one last mention of the Tool of the Month contest. If you want to go to HowieCarrShow.com, you can vote for the dumbest sound cut of the month, in our opinion. I know it's an infinite number, and any one is dumb as another from a subjective standpoint. But we pick 3 dumb sound cuts, and you get to vote on which one is the stupidest. The Tool of the Month contest. This month's Tool of the Month is brought to you by Maine Oxy's All-American Bundle. Get the Viking All-American Helmet and custom Maine Oxy welding jacket, both for only $220. That's a savings of $95. Maine Oxy, your first choice for gases, welding, and innovative solutions since 1929. And the 3 sound cuts are Shiva saying that listen to the Shiva cut. Okay.
I do not support the abuse of women.
That's a tough stand. Be a lot of blowback on that. Schumer saying the price of gas never goes down.
They know that gas prices are sticky, when the domestic price goes, when the price for oil goes up on the markets, it goes right up, but it never goes down.
It never goes down on TV as long as a Republican is president. It never goes up on TV as long as a Democrat's president. And then there's OJ.
I've basically spent a conflict-free life.
I'm still going with Shiva, but it's hard to beat OJ.
37% are with Shiva, 49% are with Chuck Schumer, and 14% are with OJ.
Basically, these contests often come down to who sucks the worst. Who do you dislike more? All right. Well, let's take some calls. What should be the name of Hillary's new book?
I like Officer Mark's Powering Through, How to Win at Cattle Futures.
You've heard of the grapes of wrath? The sour grapes of wrath. E deploribus unum. I think that's my favorite from the text line so far. E deploribus unum. Email servers for dummies. The Taming of the Shrew. I guess they weren't with me. And then some books have long titles nowadays. So one of the texters says, Lincoln was right. You can't fool all of the people all of the time. Daniel, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, Howie, I got a title.
Yes.
Clueless.
Clueless. That's a good one. That's a movie. Clueless, the sequel, right?
Yeah, right. Alicia Silverstone, and she could have Loretta Lynch played by Stacey Dash.
And then there was the movie Sleepless in Seattle. She could do Clueless in Brooklyn because that's where her headquarters were.
Well, whatever, but and I'll take OJ.
You'll take OJ? Thanks for the call, Daniel. Bill, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I've been thinking it over, and I would call her book Barking with the Dogs. But there's a trick to it, Howie. There's a trick. You open up the cover, and it has one of those little things.
Yeah, like a greeting card. Yeah,
like a greeting card, but it's in the cover of the book.
Yeah. Where is it? Steve, where is her bark? That's really a good bark, don't you think, Bill? I mean, she's a better barker than she is a politician.
She's a better, or you could have a subtitle, a better barker than a politician,
Thanks for the call, Bill. Mark, you're next with Howie Carr, the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I think Madam Luza would be good.
Thanks for the call. Let's see. It turns out Wisconsin is important. Oh, here's a good one. I like plays on other titles.
How about 774? Who moved my cheesehead? That's really good.
Here's another one. The audacity of a nope. See, again, that's like Clueless. The audacity of hope. Then that was changed around to one more appropriate for Barack Obama. The audacity of dope, and now we have the audacity of nope. Lies and the lying liars who tell them. Uncle Phineas, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Uncle Phineas.
Hey, Howie, I'm going with Shiva, first of all. It's vested interest for the Howie show. And the book title is Vast Right-Wing Conspiracy, My Story. On my turn.
Yeah, it would be good to get the vast right-wing conspiracy in there. How about this one for a subtitle? I did win the popular vote. How many times is she going to say that in the book, Uncle Phineas? She can't seem to get beyond that. I mean, it's like she thinks that she's like the Atlanta Falcons, right? We were ahead. We were ahead.
It's like when Dan Duquette used to say for the Red Sox, we were in first place for this many days. And at the end of the year, you weren't.
Thanks for the call, Uncle Phineas. Fred, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Fred.
Hi, Howie.
Hi.
I was thinking, taking a line from Forrest Gump, and that would be, stupid is what stupid does.
Yeah. That's HRC, you've got mail. Wish I didn't. There's another one. Thank you. The Adventures of SpongeBob and Suit Pants. Great Expectations. Dickens. Great Disappointments. Dan, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, Howie. My book title is From Russia with the Trump Love.
Electoral College for Dummies. All coughed up. I carry hot sauce because a watermelon is too big. Yeah. I like the thing about the cattle futures. I like this. What was the cattle futures line, Steve? Cattle futures for dummies?
Powered through it.
Powered through it, yeah.
Powered through it. How to make money on cattle futures.
From Officer Mark, this is combining Hillary and OJ. If I had won it. Yeah. Yeah. And somebody else suggested, another texter suggested that OJ's line was, if I did it. And hers would be, I didn't do it. Maybe she'll still have a chance to say that. Miss Clinton, how do you plead? I didn't do it. Tim, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Tim.
Howie, her previous memoir was called Living History, if I recall.
Yeah, I think you're right.
How about Losing History? That pretty much sums it up, I think.
Yeah. Not breaking the glass ceiling. Yeah.
Losing at everything except cattle futures.
Right, exactly. Someone else suggests From Russia with Love. See, that's a reworking of an old title. That's a good one. What difference at this point does it make?
How about How to Kill a DNC Leaker?
Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. Ray, you're next with Howie Carr on the General.
Hi, Howie.
Hi.
Mine is don't put all your deplorables in one basket.
Very good, Ray. I like that one. That's good. Thank you.
How about The Art of the Fail? That's another good one.
Oh, I like it when you work on a book we're all familiar with.
I think my favorite I tweeted out this morning, just schlonged. The inside story of the 2016 election.
Yeah. It's if you want to have a bestseller, I mean, you can come up with these long, multiple word titles, and sometimes they work, but most of the time you're better off with a short title.
How about The Difference It Makes?
The difference it does make. Yeah. Benghazi Blues. Peter, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead, Peter.
Hey, Howie, how you doing?
Good.
Good. How about second place is first loser?
How about this, Peter? Horseshoes and hand grenades. I think that sums it up.
I like 919 says Red November.
It was for her. It was for her. I'm Howie Carr.
Don't move. Howie Carr is back next.
Recently, we received an email from a listener asking who did my facelift. We all laughed because I've had nothing done to my face. But when you lose over 100 pounds, your face is going to look a lot younger. It's been 2 years now since I had the sleeve procedure at Newton Wellesley Hospital Weight Loss Center. I've kept the weight off, feel better, and have a lot more energy. I still eat everything I love, but I don't overeat. If you're like me and have tried lots of diets, get the weight off for good and call Newton Wellesley Hospital's Weight Loss Center at 617-243-3724. Once you've had the operation, you'll wish you'd had it years earlier. Your health insurance may even pay for it. It's that good for your health. Call them today at 617-243-3724 or go to nwh.org/weight loss.
When our military members enlist, they embark on a mission of protection and service to a nation and people they love. When returning home from that mission, things don't always go as planned. And at any given time, there are over 50,000 veterans homeless in America. The DV Farm in Gilsum, New Hampshire is giving some of these veterans a second chance at a new mission, integrating back into society. But the DV Farm receives no state or federal funding. It survives solely on your donations. Please support our nation's heroes by giving a tax-deductible donation at dvfarm.org. That's dvfarm.org. One homeless veteran is too many. Let's complete this mission together.
Trucking companies and general contractors, keep your light to heavy hydraulic equipment running with the Parker Store. The Parker Store will replace your broken hydraulic hose assembly while you wait. New England locations include Bangor, Lewiston, and Portland, Maine, Manchester, New Hampshire, Fitchburg and Weymouth, Mass, Cranston, Rhode Island, and 350 Sackett Point Road, North Haven, Connecticut. Visit theparkerstore.com.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
While I'm not at this time a candidate for the presidency, I will decide by June whether or not I will become one. Business Week magazine, which is now Bloomberg Business Week, said in a vote of its readers that Donald Trump was the world's most competitive business person.
The Pew Research says that there are, for immigrants on the whole,
Come on, try getting it out. Try getting it out.
I'll get it out.
I mean, I don't know if you're going to put this on television, but you don't even know what you're talking about. Try getting it out. Go ahead. I know the greatest negotiators in the world. Some are horrible people, horrible human beings. Who cares? Some Wall Street guys, they're brutal, they're miserable. You wouldn't want to go out to dinner. They're terrible people. I love them.
This is the Howie Carr Show.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code TALK.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
If your home has hard water, then it's likely that limescale is clogging your pipes, damaging your appliances, costing you hundreds of dollars each year. You can eliminate limescale in the entire house with HydroCare products available at Wave Home Solutions. Easy and efficient with no maintenance, no salts, no chemicals, and no coils. And you can buy with confidence from Wave Home Solutions. Performance guaranteed. Just go to bestwater411.com. That's bestwater411.com.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
(844) 500 4242. This is the Howie Carr Show.
Senate GOP scrambles to gather votes to pass bill. That's become a standing headline on the cable stations. A few more suggested titles. You remember Mein Kampf, Adolf Hitler's manifesto? Mein Komme. Les deplorables like Les Miserables. Kill Bill. A Night to Not Remember. Gone with the Wiener. You know, because of the investigation. Another variation on Mein Komme. A tisket, a tasket. Deplorables in a basket. Scott, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Scott.
Why you shouldn't let the Russians do your hacking?
I like From Russia with Love. It's kind of hard to beat From Russia with Love. Thanks for the call. Mark, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Mark.
To Russia with uranium.
Yeah, uranium is a good. We got to work on some uranium titles. That's we haven't tapped that vein yet. Malcolm, you're next with Howie Carr on the General Communications listener line. Go ahead.
How about Lady Slings the Booze?
That's a good one. That's very good. You know, we say all these books have come out about the election and the night, November 8th. We still don't have it nailed down, though, that she was legless.
Do you think that she's going to cop to it in her own book? So here I am, election night, and I'm deep into my fourth martini.
Yeah, I'm thinking of that old song that I always thought applied to Ted Kennedy. Drinking doubles don't make a party. And now, the beer that made Milwaukee famous has made a loser out of me. I just keep going with all those old country booze songs. Anyway, I just want to take time out here. This story about Anthony Scaramucci. He called this guy Ryan Lisa last night. Ryan Lisa is a reporter for the New Yorker magazine, and he apparently got a tip, and he just tweeted it out. I mean, it's just a goofy thing. It's not even like a big thing. It's just a gossipy little tweet. And he said that a senior White House official had told him that Scaramucci was having dinner at the White House with President Trump, the First Lady, Sean Hannity, and Bill Shine, who was let go earlier this year. He was Roger Ailes' right-hand man, a really good guy, Bill Shine. It was an interesting group, and it raised some questions. Was Trump getting strategic advice from Hannity? Was he considering hiring Shine, et cetera, et cetera? So he tweets this out, and Scaramucci calls him back. And he didn't say anything was off the record. So, if you don't say something's off the record, then the person can...
Well, and the journalist also has to agree that it's off the record.
Right, but he didn't even ask if it was off the record. I'm sure Ryan would have liked to talk to him off the record just to hear, what he had to say.
There's a story in the Daily Beast now that Scaramucci apparently confuses journalistic terms like off the record and background.
He also confuses things like public document and felony, which is kind of odd for a guy who went to Harvard Law School. Anyway, who leaked that to you, he asked. I said I couldn't give him that information. He responded by threatening to fire the entire White House communications staff. What I'm going to do is I will eliminate everyone in the comms team and we'll start over, he said. Ryan Leza says, I laughed. I asked these guys not to leak anything and they can't help themselves. You're an American citizen. This is a major catastrophe for the American country. This is who President Trump is having dinner with that word getting out is a major catastrophe. So I'm asking you as an American patriot to give me a sense of who leaked it. In Scaramucci's view, the fact that word of the dinner had reached a reporter was evidence that his rivals in the West Wing, particularly Reince Priebus, the White House chief of staff, were plotting against him. And I guess he goes on that after the election, Trump had asked Scaramucci to join the administration. Scaramucci, that's when he sold his company, Skybridge Capital. It's being bought by some Chinese. He's going to get like $65 million for it. That's his like 25% share. But Priebus didn't want him in the White House and successfully blocked him from being appointed to a job until last week. They parked him at the Export-Import Bank, and they were. That's like being in the Pawtucket Red Sox until they can find a spot for you on the major league roster. So since he got the job as communications director, he's become obsessed with leaks and threatened to fire staffers if he discovers that they've given unauthorized information to reporters. Scaramucci, who initiated the call, did not ask for the conversation to be off the record or on background. See, he's pointing that out. Is it an assistant to the president, he asked? I again told him I couldn't say. Okay, I'm going to fire every one of them, and then you haven't protected anybody, so the entire place will be protected over the next 2 weeks. Will be fired over the next 2 weeks. They'll all be fired by me. I fired one guy the other day. I have 3 or 4 people I'll fire tomorrow. I'll get to the person who linked that to you. Reince Priebus, if you want to leak something, he'll be asked to resign very shortly. Reince is a bleeping paranoid schizophrenic, a paranoiac. He channeled Priebus as he spoke. Oh, Bill Shine is coming in. Let me leak the bleeping thing and see if I can bleep these people the way I bleep Scaramucci for 6 months. And then he started talking about the financial disclosure form. He said that act was a felony, even though it was a public document. I've called the FBI and the Department of Justice, he told me. Are you serious? I asked him. The swamp will not defeat him, he said, breaking into the third person. Uh-oh. Always a bad sign. Just ask Wade Boggs. They're trying to resist me, but it's not going to work. I've done nothing wrong on my financial disclosures, so they'll have to go bleep themselves. So why are you concerned? I'm not Steve Bannon. I'm not trying to bleep my own bleep, he said, speaking of Trump's chief. Why is he picking a fight with Steve Bannon? Steve Bannon hasn't done anything to him. I'm here to serve my country. And then Ryan Leza knows he's getting him into trouble, so he kind of throws him a bone. Unlike other Trump advisors, I've never heard him say a bad word about the president. Bleep, here's the quote. What I want to do is I want to bleep and kill all the leakers, and I want to get the president's agenda on track so we can succeed for the American people. Now he's going to slip back into the third person. Okay, the mooch showed up a week ago. This is going to get cleaned up very shortly, okay? I've got digital fingerprints on everything they've done through the FBI and the bleeping Department of Justice. And then he says, yeah, I got to get going because I've got to start tweeting some bleep to make this guy crazy. Minutes later, he tweeted, in light of my financial info, leak of my financial info, which is a felony, I will be contacting FBI. And then he puts Priebus's Twitter handle on it. But he says now he didn't want to make this guy crazy. I'm Howie Carr.
We could play another commercial, or we could just play 60 seconds of Donald Trump. Yeah, let's do that.
She got kicked off